and welcome to Tales from the Tumble Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World here on the House of Gamer Discord server. We have some interesting times ahead for the Raven's Tales here. Last week, their first official, there's the end of their first day in Dravir, the capital city. Found out where Wraith's ship was being was moored, which dock it was at. Uh, met up with a representative of the syndicate, an older gentleman there who informed them quite a bit of information. Gave them a way to connect with a person who was at the docks near where Wraith's ship was, a tabaxi named Eisneers, who informed them that Wraith had and his associates, a number of his people, had gone to the Corwayne Mansion, the home of a wealthy philanthropist within the city, and to see the party went to see what he was doing there. Upon sneaking in to the mansion, stealthing their way in, they found a number of shadows guarding over and essentially threatening both Corwayne himself, an elderly half-elf, and one of the mana technicians that had been kidnapped from Port Oris, the dwarven female named Sigrid. They defeated the shadows, rescued the two individuals, and upon kind of resolving the issue there, Amethyst got to meet a familiar, voice at least, Kiva, the rogue fragment from her group there that she's connected to. Even though she was supposed to stay away, of course she doesn't, because she does what she wants.
Like someone else in the party.
Yes, like somebody else we know. Can't tell me do what I want.
Oh,
exactly.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much everyone. So anyway, the group left, separating, decided to go, since they had one of the members of the mana technicians decided to go to the airship, recover the other mana technician, and disable the airship itself. Torben fulfilled that role, sneaking onto the ship, avoiding the goblin sentries and goblin henchmen that were left behind there, disabling the levitation array for the airship, and getting out with the other mana technician there, a human named Starlo. And as the group reconnected, was heading off the docks, heading back into the city, and deciding what they were going to do, they noticed a glint of something on one of the rooftops with a clear view of the dock area where they were at. And that is where we're picking up right now at where Dock 7 enters the city with someone watching. Tales, what are you doing?
I think what we need to do is GTFO, get this dwarf lady back to the safety of
she
She
went with
Kiva, didn't she?
Yeah, Kiva. And just to clarify here, did you have Corwayne with them as well?
Yeah, we sent everybody with her.
Yeah, we sent everyone. Yep. Yeah, we sent everyone to the boat.
Okay.
So now we have her fiance with us, the other mana technician. Right. Which, yes, we do need to get him back to the boat. I am worried. It will be a difficult track, yes. But yeah, let us move quietly, maybe. We shall see.
Oh yeah, it's him that we have, not her. Sorry, I forgot. My brain stopped working partway through the week. You see, if we didn't have him with us, I would be tempted to teleport both Sora and I to right directly behind him, and then for the rest of you to make your way up as quickly as possible.
I don't know why we still can't do that, but
well,
just him or not?
Because I don't want Wraith to get hold of that guy again and do God knows what to him. I want to make sure that he gets back to his wife before we do anything stupid.
If he
go ahead.
If he had somebody with him, I think we would have seen them first, way before we ever seen him. Just me, I think I was the one who perceived it. I don't remember who you had roll.
It was
I think it was me. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, but as hard as he is to find when he doesn't want to be, I imagine that like there's nobody with him, that he's by himself. But
I mean,
that doesn't mean it's not a risk anyone here should be willing to take, including me.
The thing is, we don't know it's actually him. We don't know that it's actually anybody. We just know that there's a glint up there and it looks like somebody's watching us.
True.
But literally could be anybody. Could be Wraith, could be him. I mean, my instinct said Trexer, but
either way.
So
go ahead.
There's one there. So I want to. Is this whole conversation happening? Because you're spending a few minutes talking about this at the docks in plain view.
Oh no!
So I want to know.
Definitely need to get straight out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay,
so you think there's a sniper up there?
Okay, so I'm clear about that because at no point has anyone said we're getting out of view. It's just the conversation happened. What are we going to do? So
okay,
I mean, the first thing I said was GTFO because we obviously got somebody with us that he could just take out easily. We need to get them out of view straight away, and then.
So it's not hard to do. So essentially, you move into where the city is. The docks 6 and 7 are mostly sort of loading and unloading of goods and such. It's kind of a trade port almost. Actually, sorry about it. 7 is kind of a mixed use of visitors and people arriving there, and 6 is also very much a trade port area. So it's sort of mixed use there. 3 and 4 are the ones that are seriously like warehouses and storage and shipping in and out and stuff like that. So you're kind of over on the more you guys are over at Dock 2 there, where there's more of a mixed usage essentially. So yeah, it's not hard to get in kind of lose yourselves amongst the shop areas, cafes, and such like that are here, and get out of view from that vantage point up there. So you do that. You have a minute to sort of like collect your thoughts here and decide what you want to do. But so what's the decision?
How far are we from our ship?
You're probably a good. Let's see. I believe it's about a half an hour or so a walk. Roughly, it's a number of miles. It's about 2 miles. Actually, no, 6, 7. It's more like about 4 miles because you're going past a number of docks, and they're fairly well clustered together in the center here, but they're spread out as they move to the outer edges.
I wonder if we could call on Eyes and Ears to actually escort him back to the Sable Drake.
I mean, he did tell you a cafe to check in with him. He said to meet him there if you needed anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you head over to where he said he would be, and he's not like waving a flag or anything else there, but you see Tabaxi's going to stand out somewhat anyway because he's like sitting in the outdoor section there. It is nighttime, so it is essentially there's some late night patrons and such there. Kind of just at a little sort of outdoor cafe kind of thing, and he's just sitting there. Kind of just watching people go by, sort of keeping tabs on things, occasionally just sort of blanking out for a moment and then coming back to himself. But you approach and you have returned and you have somebody new with you. What you're successful at what you needed to do?
Absolutely, so far.
Good. Is there anything else you need from me, or should I just keep eyes on the area?
We wondered if you'd mind doing us a favor. We think there might be, let's say, a danger close by, and we'd like to take care of it, but obviously we need to get this gentleman here back to his wife on the Sable Drake, which is back in Dock 2? Dock 2? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, Dock 2. Yes.
Yes. And I wondered if you or you knew anybody who, if we could get him there in one piece without us actually doing it, so we could try and go and take care of what needs our attention.
I am afraid I am more of an observer than a bodyguard or anything else, and I am assigned to this area. So to leave this area and go across town to somewhere else would be a sort of a breach of my duties. So I could potentially find someone, maybe call in someone, but it will take some time. We don't have people on the ready for that sort of thing. Is there any place you wish me to look into or watch for you, or I could potentially look around for something out of the ordinary?
Yes. How about watch the ship that we had you look at earlier? We will need to run this individual back to our ship. Yes. Quickly.
I can do that. I check periodically, and it seems to be a little bit well, more active there at the moment. No one is up on decks, people running around the ship or anything, but there's definitely movement on board. I don't know what you did, but it obviously has done something there. And he pauses for a moment there and closes his eyes. Yes. No one has left the ship at this point. No one is on decks, but I can see people moving below decks. And he blinks back to you for a second there.
Yeah. It's goblins on board.
That is why they don't come outside. They may later at night, as the activity goes away, they may leave the ship. But I will watch for that.
Thank you.
There is someone watching the docks from the corner of a building. We've telling which building on the roof, we believe.
Well, I will stay out of view of that person. If there is someone watching, I will. I don't know that I could send any other sensors up to that specific place yet, but I will keep an eye on the area and see if anyone does anything. Thank you for pointing out the vantage point to keep an eye out, to watch for. So you want to head back to the Drake? Get the Starla back there. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go ahead.
Do you want to check on? Do you want to check on that glint up there at all, or do anything before you go?
I really, really do.
I mean, I do, but I don't want to put him at risk.
I could go up there and sneak around, be all stealthy and whatnot, and see what footprints I find and all that stuff, and just come right back. But it's a ways away.
No, it's not. It's literally you guys went a half a block away.
Oh, I thought it was like 600 feet or like something like that.
I mean, no.
What worries me is he's very, very perceptive. So I don't want him to see you and take you out.
I think I'll be all right.
You think?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have the spider climb ability, so you can just go up the side of the buildings and stuff. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I don't want to waste a spell.
So roughly what you're looking at here is you have kind of the dock area, and then right about, so the dock area comes into the little city right here, and then just about maybe 100, it was about 100 to 120 feet or so, 150 feet or so off away from where the dock meets the road, was the little building there where you saw the glint on top of it. You guys went down to the left, maybe about half a block or so. So you're probably, I mean, literally a matter of hundreds of feet, maybe 1,000 feet or so from where you saw the glint. So it's not hard to get up and
right.
So if you want to go for it,
stealth. I'm not going to turn invisible unless unless a twig breaks or something like that. But
I mean, if we're talking more than 120 feet, like Eldon would like to also try and sneak behind you. And
he's going up the side of a building.
Yeah, so I'll be right back.
You can't see anything else from the ground level. You need to get up higher to see it. So, yeah. See, go ahead and give me a stealth check there, Torben. See what you can spot.
That's gonna be gonna go ahead and 15.
Okay, so you will move up the side of the building there. No one seemed to like point you out or start yelling or anything else like that. So you kind of pick a good vantage point there. Get up to the top of the building there, and start heading over the rooftops to where you can see the roof where the glint came from. Getting a better vantage point there. Go ahead and give me an initial perception check to see what you spot, and then we'll see what you want to do from that point.
22.
Okay. You can definitely see, you can't see a person specifically, but you can definitely see a place where someone could hide. They're kind of tucked into the kind of the little top rooftop there. They're not like standing up there. They're not. You definitely see where someone could crouch and be out of view and still see a good angle there. With 22, I will say that you will, if you just pause for a moment and watch, you will occasionally see a slight bit of movement. But other than that, can't tell like the size of the person you're looking at or anything else. You'll need to get closer to do that.
I was just about to say, can I get a little bit closer?
Okay, so go ahead and make a stealth check to move closer.
I'm gonna go.
Get a better view.
I'm gonna go invisible though now, just in case.
Well, now you are okay. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So roll with advantage, obviously.
Mm-hmm. 28.
Okay. Yeah, so you kind of move into a position there, kind of get up you got a little bit of an angle of one of those little top parts of one of the buildings, and kind of move around the side and get a really much better view and a different angle of the top there. So, you want more perception check to see what kind of details you see from that point. Not really advantage; it's still a ways away. So
I'm gonna roll luck on that.
Okay, go. Okay. Again, at this point, you can definitely see a dark shape, kind of like hunched there, looking out there. Even with a 16, I will say this: it does not look medium size. It looks smaller, and you don't see a large rifle. You haven't seen Trexler before, but you've heard him. He carries a big rifle and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You don't see a big weapon. You don't see a human-sized person.
And I seen him once. Very, very. Wait.
Yeah. No, Torben has not.
Well, no, we were there with him, but he was off in the distance once before. He snuck off first, though, so I don't remember if I actually got a glimpse of him or not.
Okay. Well, I mean, regardless, based on the description you have of him, there isn't a big gun. It's not medium-sized. It's small-sized. So you're assuming probably a goblin or something else, small size, that's watching that area there.
Okay. No point in risking anything else to get closer because it could be a trap. So I'm going to go back to the party and let them know exactly what I found.
Okay. So you guys hear it doesn't seem to be Trexer. It seems to be someone smaller sized and doesn't have a big rifle. So
now we get back and be this Trexler said
Trexler.
Or oops. You got me doing it now. He's about as tall as me, I believe. What I seen was maybe a little bit bigger than Eldon here. It's not him, but we were definitely being watched. Or at least I think we were. But it's safe to assume it, so we need to proceed with caution. I could follow his trail and hope not or before he gets to Wayland, but that could lead to problems if we don't all go.
Wayland?
Wraith. Oh my god. I know the difference, you guys, I swear.
Okay.
I'm holding a lot of villains in my head right now.
Yes. So I will say this. I mean, obviously somebody keeping tabs. Eisner's, since he's there, will confirm that it's not one of their people. He would know if somebody else was watching from the syndicate. That's his job in this region, so it's not likely that there's somebody else in the syndicate that's already there.
I mean, if it's smaller, it's going to be a goblin, isn't it? Let's face it.
That would make sense, yes.
Presume. Should we follow and maybe question him?
Perhaps we should just report that we've just seen a goblin up there on the cliff.
But if it's, I'm assuming there's a lot of goblins on that ship. Assuming it's one of them, If he gets to Wayland before we do,
Wraith.
Oh my God, I know the name. Anyway, sorry, we can edit that out. It's fine, right? This isn't live.
No.
I'm kidding. But with Wraith there, we have to be able. If he reports the Wraith, then all this was for naught.
He's probably already reported to Wraith.
He hasn't been gone that long.
He's probably got a sending stone or something. He's probably already told him that we've taken the guy off the ship.
There's also a ship full of goblins that know we've taken him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the ship is disabled.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
anyway.
Okay. So you guys so you get back to your ship there. You guys are moving fairly quickly and quietly through the streets there and trying to draw much attention there. But I mean, the fact that you're moving quickly, you draw a bit of attention there. You obviously adventurer types because of your gear and everything else you have. So you move through the streets there. You are not accosted along the way. You are basically, I mean, there are a number of very observant people among you, and you are fairly certain that no one is tailing you. You're fairly certain that no one is like lurking in the shadows and stuff there, although it's hard to say. But you guys make it from dock 7 to dock 6. From dock 6 to dock 5. Okay. From 5 to 4. And as you move from 5 being the military section, there's another noble district and everything else. There's a lot more patrols there. There's a lot of people there. You actually see. It's not like it's a bustling bit of activity, but there's actual guards posted in a number of places. So you move along there. None of them stop you or accost you, but they definitely take note of you as you move through the region there, kind of keeping an eye tabs there. Into 3 and 4, you're hitting into more warehouses, more like shipping and businesses there. The docks there are full of what are obviously more a mix of lake transports and then airship transport ships rather than being the fleet passenger vessels or any sort of the military vessels you saw before. These are basically floating barges for the most part that just take goods from one place to another. And you make it off into into dock 3, and you come into the view of dock 2 at this point, kind of seeing it curving, and you're kind of in between the areas there, and into those more familiar buildings that you've seen in the area you're at there, the square blocky buildings, a little less colorful, a little more drab than the other places there, but this place is mostly a lot of shopping areas, it's more visitors, travelers kind of thing. They pull into dock 2. You can see the Sable Drake there. Is there anything you want to do before you head there, or anything you want to talk about on the way, or just the plans you want to make along the way, like what your next moves are going to be?
Do we want to make sure no one's on the ship before we actually get on it?
Well, you assume the crew is on the ship.
What I mean is, shall we make sure that Wraith's not waiting for us there, so that at least we're equipped for that, if that happened?
I'm hoping that if that was the case, somebody with the sending stone would have said something to us.
I would hope so too, but he's a very powerful person, and
no one has sent you any alarming messages or anything else. Okay. You guys haven't sent anything specifically over to them, so
sorry for being paranoid, but
it's not paranoia if they're really out to get you.
Right.
This is true.
Eldon will go ahead and send on a sending stone. Yes. Hello. Is Wraith on the ship, or did anyone untoward come to the ship? We are on our way. Anyone? Yes, we are in danger. Please be careful.
So, I would say this: who were you sending that to specifically?
The captain.
Captain. Yep. Okay. Yep. Anthos will pause as he's sort of like obviously kind of filtering through all that. The ship is clear that there should not be any problems as far as we know. It has been quiet. There are people here that said you were sent. They were sent by you. We have them secured.
What's the password? Elnie, what's the password?
We did not come up with the password, but Kevin Andrews said that
Who's Elnie?
our peoples arrived. Yes.
So, as you can kind of pick out where the ship is there. I mean, you know what you're looking for. I mean, it's not really well lit. I mean, there's enough lights that you can see kind of the ships there. You don't see anything that looks out of place. You don't see any ships on fire or sinking or anything else like that. Nothing along those lines. You don't see any signs of any sort of disturbance at the docks here as you start to approach. I will say that you basically have, at some point, you're walking on the street, they're kind of hugging along the buildings inside, keeping out of view for the most part. But you're going to have to cross over to the docks there, and it is a fairly open space there as you do that. What would you like to do? Do you want to head onto the ship? What's the plan?
Yeah, let's go reunite this husband and wife, and you know.
I'm going to disguise self.
Sure.
Because, like, if we're running out in the open, I don't want to look like, the sore thumb out here.
I mean, I've been completely disguised the whole time. In fact, what I was going to say, and I forgot to say last time, is that after that person, or goblin, or whoever it was up there saw us, as soon as I was out of sight of that, I wanted to change my appearance again and just obviously just make sure that we just keep looking different.
So, I mean, the only one who's of your group that's distinctive looking,
well, I look like a Goliath,
or not, and going to stand out among there. I mean, the one that's going to stand out is Eldon. I mean, the decked out Manatech plate wielding backpack thing known there. But Eldon did specify he had a cloak. He was going to have a hunchback little.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he froze.
Oh no.
Uh-oh, Jim froze. He'll be back, I'm sure.
Hey, at least his face doesn't look all contorted.
I know, right? Jim, Rob froze the other week, and he was like, he looked like Gromit from Wallace and he looked like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit. It's really funny. No cheese, Gromit.
I look like a blue Goliath. That's what I look like.
I was trying to be inconspicuous. I'm just sort of like trying to blend in with everybody else around here and just wearing plain clothes and whatever, other people are wearing.
Nope. I'm a blue Goliath.
I'm still have the
stand out more.
Thing over. I look like a hunchback something right now.
That's what he was trying to say.
Yep.
So, I didn't want to look like me. That was the whole point. And he said this city is full of all kinds of races of creatures. So I figure the Goliath won't stand out too much. At least they've seen it. And I'm still my skin tone. I think they're the only other humanoid race that can be blue. Ish.
You don't need to be blue all the time,
I need to be blue.
A lot of Drells are blue or gray.
Well, you could be a Smurf.
Could be a Smurf.
Gnomes are blue.
He's trying to reconnect. Yeah. I'm definitely not a Smurf.
I mean,
and if anything, I'd be Papa Smurf. Damn it.
Not Smurfette.
No. Only female in the village. We know what's going on there.
I mean,
yay, Jim's back.
Yay, welcome
there we go.
We missed you.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, this thing just froze all of a sudden, and then Discord decided it wanted to update and it failed a couple times. So
Well,
I'm hoping we're back okay.
I said that Discord was going to update on me, so I'm just going to do it now before the show even started.
I didn't get any warning about it. It just decided to stop working all of a sudden. So hopefully it's working now. So sorry about that, folks. So after the last thing I said that you guys heard,
Only was a hunchback.
Yes, Only was a hunchback.
Yeah, I'm a hunchback. Yeah. I'm a hunchback.
So you're fairly unrecognizable. I mean, Lucas can shift his clothing whenever he wants there. Torben's a stealthy person. So the group of you can definitely move fairly unnoticed there by changing the disguises whenever you want.
And I can change regular clothes whenever I want to, up to 5 outfits. So.
Oh, yeah, Shitweed, that's right. Okay, cool. Yep. All right. In that case, so you're able to be somewhat stealthy there. You duck across there, head down the docks. Although there's still a total of 6 of you walking down there. So the fact that you're walking down there at night, there's nobody else in the docks. Really, you're going to be, if anyone's watching, they're going to see you. But again, you don't look like you. You get to the ship, and the captain, crew are on alert. Basically, since someone did show up there, and you get on board and are met with Kiva, Sigrid. And Sigrid and Starla basically run up and immediately like hug and just it's a little odd because I mean he's about maybe 5'8" or so. She's about not quite 5 foot, so and a little broader shoulder than he is because of the build there. Because she's a dwarf, he's a human. But you see them definitely happy to see each other again there. Kiva will tell you that Corwin went off to actually had a secure place to go and some people to talk with, so he didn't want to be here with everyone else. It's all right. I know he has a lot of contacts, a lot of people in the city there, so I'm sure he can hole up some place that Wraith might not know. So I think we'll be fine.
How do we feel about you taking off in the ship, leaving the docks, getting out of reach for a bit? Yes. We are possibly going to finish what we need to tonight, maybe. It is a possibility. It is not a non-zero probability that we finish this. Yes.
Well, if you think that I'm just going to go fly up in a ship there while you guys deal with all this...
Keith, I don't want you there. I'm sorry. I love you. I don't want you there. I don't want to see you die.
I've known him longer than anyone around here.
You and I are the first ones he's going to target because he wants what we have, so...
And I can disappear in this place easier than you can imagine. I grew up here. I know this place. If you're going to hunt him down in this city, in my city, you're going to need my help. Me flying around on a ship, not really worth it.
I think.
Okay, but when we find him, then you let us deal with it, yeah? Please.
Like she just kind of like grin and out of nowhere you just see a glowing curved knife kind of appear in her hand and spin a few times here. I can take care of myself, and it just disappears.
Torben looks up and then looks at his bracer and he's like, "How did you do that?"
It's a psychic projection of my innermost desires. I like to cut things.
I like to stab things too.
Every time I close my eyes, I see Addie, and I see her die again, and I don't want to see that for you.
And I don't want to see it happen to you either. And I guarantee he's going to go after one or both of us.
Amethyst, may I interject here and ask just one question? Who on this planet would she be safer with than us?
I was thinking out of reach was what I I originally suggested, yes, because it is a possibility that if we find him, that we could lose, and him gaining one ability for future individuals that we have warned to possibly hunt if we fail, yes, would not be good to hand him two if we do not succeed.
Amethyst.
I mean, there is that too. Yes?
As everyone's talking, you feel a cold shiver slide up your spine.
Okay.
And your view, your eyesight goes dark for a moment. Kiva looks at you in alarm as she feels it too.
Mm-hmm.
What? That's not good.
He's just taken another one.
He found someone else.
He did.
So he's not just here for...
Nope.
Well, that means that maybe he was sloppy and someone's going to know where he is. That might be a good place to start looking.
I think we strike now.
Where?
We find where.
Right, okay.
We need to rest. We've already expanded a lot of spells.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Let's go somewhere that we know. You too, Kiva, of course. Let's go to, I don't know how to go about resting there, but we could at least go to off the clock for now.
Actually, what I was thinking to keep us safe is we do not sleep in this city. We sleep in the boat that we have, and we take off. We can take off, and we can come back in 8 hours to start the hunt. Yes?
I agree with Eldon. That's the safest place.
Well, I mean...
If he sees that ship go off, he knows it's us by now, doesn't he?
What's he going to do, follow us?
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's
the whole point, is he's going to follow us.
He can't.
Ow, we disabled his ship.
I know, that's what I'm
I
saying.
mean, wizard, right? Wizard? Warlock?
No, he's a warlock, but he doesn't have any way to...
He kidnapped these two so that they could help him fix it if it broke.
Yeah.
He can't do that.
At this point, we'll just say that the crew... Essentially, we'll just say that they got taken below decks there to settle in some place there. The crew's kind of giving you the deck and your privacy, or they all set to talk and decide what you're going to do.
Yeah.
The captain is up at the helm there, just ready, essentially... if you want to take off, just say the word. I can take us around the skies for a bit.
Yes.
What spells have you used?
We're taking off. Yes.
I don't.
Why? What?
I don't want to.
I've used two. Remember, I used Misty Step on the boat, right? I used invisibility twice. Yeah, but I get invisibility once for.
We haven't had a long rest. We haven't had a long rest since we fought the shadow people.
Yeah, I'm not even.
I'm down 2 first levels, 2 second levels.
Yeah, it won't hurt to get some rest.
My Manatech gauntlets. I'm down to 3 charges left on my Manatech gauntlets.
Okay.
You
did fight the shadows, so.
Yeah, we fought the shadow guys, but it's. I don't know that leaving is a good idea either.
Well, right now we don't really have a choice in the matter.
But the thing is, we can't rest. We can't rest here because he will probably come and just,
He can also summon shadow demons.
Does he know where we are?
Don't know, but do you want to take that chance?
Yes, the goblin that knows where we are. Therefore, he probably knows where we are. Our safest spot. It's not like we're running away. We will be back.
Wait, is there anyone? Has he seen you here at the ship here?
We don't know.
I don't think so. I don't know. There's no way to tell.
I mean, right? He's obviously somewhere where he just did something. I assume he's got people with him. So if we take off and go somewhere else, he's not going to know where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there's someone literally watching us right now, which, I mean, if his ship is down, what's he going to do?
I think we should go up, like you said. I like that idea. It's the best idea that we have. Sora?
Yeah.
This has to be a unanimous thing. If you have a better idea, let's
I mean,
hear it
it
now. Otherwise, we're
doesn't.
going up on the ship.
I mean, like, it doesn't have to be unanimous. I will go wherever you tell me to go. The problem is I don't think that it's our best bet. I think our best bet is to send the ship up and for us to stay down here and see what happens.
And see
If
what
people
happens.
need to rest, if
We
people
need
need
to
to get
rest.
spells back, then
I understand that we need to rest. I get that. I'm down to 3 spells and they're all 2nd level. I understand that. But Sora doesn't trust eyes and ears. It's just that's how she is. She's not trusting other people outside of the group right now.
I absolutely do.
Well, I'm glad that you can, but like I don't trust him to tell us the whole information.
Is it a tabaxi? I mean,
that's not a
and he
valid
was terribly
point,
handsome.
Evan. I mean,
he even has coins.
I mean, the last tabaxi you bet was just so trustworthy. I mean,
right? Like, yeah, so like,
blew him up and his shop up. I just like to throw that out there.
yeah. So
We're running out of time. We need to get up there before it gets too late. Get our sleep. Get our rest.
You don't
get
have to
some
go
food.
far. Just somewhere that's not here. Rest and come back.
1,000 feet up. That's just.
I'm not. We're on the ship. I'm not arguing if we take off. It's not like I'm going to jump off if we start to go. I'm just
Okay, so
saying I
let's go.
don't think it's our best
Okay, let's
idea.
go.
Yeah, I talked. Yeah, let's go.
all right.
Yes.
So, you will. The captain's like, all right, we'll do a nice circuit around. We'll be high up out of reach. I will. I can put in for maybe a different dock re-entry if you want to rent somewhere
Yes.
else. All right.
Uh,
And so he was okay. He basically just like he essentially in a moment a couple of crew members come out there to kind of ready everything else but the ship essentially just like within a few moments there just up out of the water and just goes straight up a good couple 100 feet and then actually just starts to go forward. The side sails are kind of put out to get a little bit of the evening breeze, and the ship just kind of goes off in a slow sort of like banking spiral upward, roughly 1,000 feet up or so, and you don't see any issues or any problems. Nothing comes flying out of the darkness at you. It is at this point you look down as you rise up there, and the city is just covered in lights. It's like a sea of varying colored lights, from blues and whites and yellows and greens, all in different places there. And from this point here, it's just the whole city seems alive with lights. Things are peaceful up here. It is quiet. You are able to get your rest. Amethyst. Actually, no. We'll go with Lucas. There's one thing. It's been nagging at you for a while now, since you've been in the city. And as it flies up there, the ship kind of banks around. You will see a large square tower. You realize that's the Wizards Guild Tower. It's sort of near. It's near kind of inland from, I believe what I said was Dock right around Dock 5 area. So it's fairly center in the city. A large square tower. It is lit up. You can see it from the air as you're rising up there. It is one of the larger structures. The structures here are roughly 4 or 5 stories for the most part, as opposed to like Port Oris that had like 10, 12, 14-story buildings. Most things were like anywhere from like 2 or 3 to maybe 5 or 6 stories tall is the highest building there. The Wizards Guild Tower is 10 stories tall, and it sort of dwarfs the buildings around it. And it is really well lit up there. It is a white building, but as you see it, you just feel this strange tug this strange. It's that sound that you keep hearing and occasionally there. There's something that's some sort of a connection that you feel, and it makes sense based on what you know. And as soon as you like start to feel it and see that building there, you kind of make the idea of that. Yes, the book was used there. That place has a connection to the book.
Right. Yeah.
And the vision you had kind of gives you a little more indication of what that connection might be. So as you see it floating up there, that's something that you definitely catch. As you've been moving through the city, it's been you've kind of felt it occasionally when things pause, when there's quite a quiet moment. You kind of felt that strange, or hear a little bit of that faint sound. And now seeing the building and from above there where you are, that you realize exactly what you're looking at and what the connection might be. Amethyst, you, for the first time in a while, well, actually, for the first time, you haven't heard her very much, but Lucia does pipe up. Like, I don't think you want to deal with Wraith and his connection. Understand, darling. Really, the coins and the servitors bound to them are extremely powerful. And when one bonds with them and spends enough time with them, their ability to become quite formidable. They have all the powers of themselves and a powerful demon as well. And Zathor is not someone to be taken lightly. I think that I can provide some assistance at some point if you need it. But there are connections that have to be made, promises and such. And I understand your reluctance. I understand it's perfectly fine. But I don't want to see you and your friends perish. Not when we're this close to a potential solution. You know I want to go home.
I was actually going to talk to you anyway and see if you could assist at all. So what is it you have in mind?
Well, I mean, if there's... I mean, obviously the coin is a bit of luck for you, but occasionally I might be able to step in and provide a boost or counteract a problem you may experience, or I don't know. It really depends on the situation. We don't have time to form a true bond or anything else. I was starting to make headway with your friend Trevor there, but unfortunately that was, well, cut short. You already wield powers similar to what I would offer.
Okay.
Because you have Warlock Initiate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, eventually a pact can grow and powers can be developed based on connection that we would form. At least while I'm still here.
You were talking about promises though and things. What exactly do you need from me?
Again, the general idea is a pact. Making a promise to be connected in some way and help each other out where we can. I will admit, I don't know as much about this. My time in this dreadful place was severely cut off from any contact for so long that I don't know exactly what I can do at this point. So we'll be learning together.
I never did tell you about the adventure I had in your body.
Well, you did talk to her, actually. Didn't you say something about that? Because you
Why
asked her about...
say it like that.
Yeah, she forgot.
Okay.
She
Fine.
forgot and took, and then she said something about taking away the werewolf away from him and how that was fun for a short time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's fine either way, but...
Yeah. You're going to have to let me think about that one.
I know there's not a lot of time. I do understand that the confrontation here is imminent, and I don't want to see anything bad happen to you. Although, and we are in the place where the connection was forged.
Mm-hmm.
That tower I've pointed at, that you've no doubt seen, I'm sure. It definitely has a number of memories associated with it. But that is where I was bound to that little disc of metal you carry.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that's the place where we could be unbound as well.
I hope so. But how does that work if you and I have a pact and then you're freed?
As I understand it, I mean, there's plenty that offer their power from beyond and such. I mean, there are gods and celestials and all sorts of eldritch, terrible things out there that offer power up to people. I'm sure I could do the same. It's something to consider, of course. I'm not going to pressure you one way or the other. It's your choice completely.
I will speak to those closest to me and get back to you.
Well, another option is if you wish to be free of the distraction that I might represent, or if you feel that you can't trust me, then you have the key and potentially the lock and the place. Perhaps I could be released. And if you can release me, maybe you can release Vathor as well.
Yeah. Maybe.
Something to consider. You should get your rest, darling.
I should.
Big day tomorrow. Lots of people to kill. And she'll go silent.
See, I definitely trust her more now since basically I heard from her directly in the past what she told us. That she didn't want to help him. She didn't want to be part of it, that he forced her to do it and all of that. So I'm more inclined to believe her now.
Sure.
But what worries me here is if I forge a pact with her, then free her, what does that mean? Because she's still, as much as she might want to help so that we help her, what does that mean in the future? Because she's, at the end of the day, she's still an evil creature.
As far read as Eldon is, would he have read anything on packs?
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, you have arcane knowledge, don't you?
Yeah, a ton of it. Yeah,
I mean,
expertise.
Amethyst.
Yes.
But Amethyst. I mean, obviously you want to talk to someone about it. Yeah, so go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll an Arcana as you're thinking about this, just yourself there. And obviously you want to discuss with anybody else. There's other Arcana experts in the group there. So I mean, you do know. I would say this because you actually do have Warlock Initiate, so you have a bit of knowledge about Warlocks and how they work, at least. And knowing that Wraith is one, effectively, the power that the pact that's created can move across planar boundaries. Once a pact is formed, the power is there. She may not have direct speaking with you, but the conduit, the linkage is still there.
But I mean, what worries me is that, Wraith formed a pact.
Well, he also formed a pact with the thing that's there with him.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's quite scary.
No doubt. But something to consider anyway.
It's not scary, it's him, obviously.
Anything anyone else wants to do during their evening rest, or any plans you want to set into motion, or things you want to specify?
I'd like to talk to the group about what she's offering. I'd also like to speak to Elliot and Kiva about it and see what they think.
Okay. I mean, you have time. It's not. I mean, you want to gather everyone up there and put forth the question. Go for it.
Make everybody a nice hot chocolate and bring it all out and say, hey, so here's something.
Before, as you're kind of prepping that out there and kind of gathering everyone together, Sora. As you make your prayers, as you reach out as you normally do, less words this time. I mean, the only words a couple times there, but you do feel kind of a feeling of warmth, a feeling of almost like a bolstering of conviction, like that you're where you need to be, you're with who you need to be, and you kind of hear the rumble of thunder from Cloud Strike, it's sort of kind of always in the back of your mind, but even when you're not holding it, you kind of hear a little bit of echo of that, and see a bit of a glow from your shield, faint. You think maybe a trickle of light there, but no, there's no light coming through the window. There's no moonlight coming through the window there, so that little glow from the shield there, just briefly. It's effectively, you kind of settle into that feeling of where you need to be, you're doing what you need to do. And that's all you really need, is this moment, this protection, this group, this place. It's all here. And there's sort of a very faint sort of an exhale, that low grumble that you just kind of hear just in it faintly. You think it might be something, but you know that sound, that low, almost a growl. Not a menacing one, just sort of a. And then Amethyst comes, knocks on your door there with some hot chocolate.
Hi, Sora.
Yeah.
Okay. So, we'll put you all to the galley. It's actually at this point very quiet. Not even Galley Joe's not even there. He's actually gone up to his little weird. And you realize all the time you spend on the ship, you don't know where he sleeps. Like, you have no clue where the guy sleeps there. It's like this gangly potbelly elf that just sort of like is there doing stuff there, but like, he's just not there, and you don't know where he went. But he
probably hangs upside down from the crow's nest or something weird.
Something weird for sure.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're talking about Torben now. What the hell?
I mean, you want to give me a perception check? Go for it. As you're kind of settling in the area there.
Yeah.
Sure.
Eldon is focused on. I am like checking over all of my gear, like everything. I am polishing all of the things, like checking accumulators.
Sure.
I think that we're all mega paranoid and hyper aware of everything as well. So
I would say with a natural 20 there. Like, what the hell? I mean, it's like you're kind of looking around. You kind of notice he's not there, and everyone's kind of gathering and kind of moving in there. You're sitting there. finally polishing a couple things and kind of reassembling and pushing things back where they need to go. As is anyone gonna stay in their rooms, or anyone not gonna join them? Or are you all gonna hang out?
Run for food. Yeah, for
Okay.
food.
Yeah, I was gonna look. How expansive is our kitchen?
Not very. Is it? I mean, it's a galley, so it's essentially just a. You have like a small stove, a big basin for water and for cleaning and stuff. There's some Manatech accoutrement with for cooking and cleaning and stuff like that. And it's not very big.
Okay.
There is a section for like almost like a cupboard for like storage stuff, like for spices and like potatoes and whatever else is like kind of in there. Sora, as everyone's getting in there, and with all the description roles we have going on in here, you kind of like all notice that Joe's not there. And even though you rolled the same thing, I'm going to give it to you. You'll notice that the cupboard kind of above where the cooking area is slightly ajar. Like the door is slightly ajar there. And you kind of look, and just very briefly there's a shift of movement in the darkness there in that cupboard above. Kind of above where the stove is and everything else.
Wow.
This is like what my son used to do when he was a kid. He always used to climb into cupboards and fall asleep, and I'd panic thinking he'd got out somewhere and he'd gone missing. I even called the police at one point and found him in the airing cupboard underneath like 4 duvets.
So there you go. You assume that's probably where he is.
I will gently close the cupboard door.
Okay. Yeah. There's no emotion. There's nothing else there. But yeah, definitely. You just gotta you as you lean closer to close, as reach there and close there, you hear a faint little snore.
Yep, close it.
Weirdo.
Such a weirdo.
Oh, weirdo. He's such
Our
a
weirdo.
Well,
From now on, his name is Cupboard Jack, and I'm not calling him anything else.
Galley Joe lives in the galley, so.
Sorry, Cupboard Joe.
Poor Joe.
Cupboard Joe. All right, so you guys are able to kind of have your time here, discuss Amethyst. Are there any plans you want to make there? This is still counting toward your rest. You're still getting. I mean, obviously, it doesn't require long rest. Doesn't require specifically all sleep. There can be some conversation and stuff happening as well. So, so what do you want to discuss? Go for it.
Well, the whole Lucia thing. And I'd also like to say that if he's going to take any of us out, it's probably going to try and get me first. So before that happens, I would just like to say that I love absolutely every single one of you, and it's been a pleasure knowing you and adventuring with you. And hopefully, we can laugh about this tomorrow. But right now, if anything happens, just know that I love you all.
We are going to have very, very many more adventures after this.
I hope so.
You are not going anywhere.
Okay, good.
Yes. Before we met as a team, I was alone. As I have shared before, I did lose much of my family, and I think of you all as my new family. Someone once said that you choose your family, and I have chosen you all as my family, and I am very thankful. Even if we suddenly have an issue tomorrow, know that I, Eldon Mernig of House Mernig, will always cherish you all. Yes.
I can't yelled on.
No one is going anywhere. It's not happening. I'm not going to allow it.
Okay.
I think I should tell you all something. I'm going to tell you part of a story about me. I've left a lot of my past because, no one has really asked me anyway. out of this on purpose because I wanted friends for the first time. Janan's really the only person that was a friend to me in that city anyway, with the exception of a few, maybe. I had a mother, and she was killed in front of me. And that was a bad thing. But my life, I thought, was over when that happened. But when I met you all, I felt a reason. I felt family again.
We love you too.
None of you.
You're
Yeah, we
new.
do.
I have one more idea, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. Let's kill this son of a bitch.
Yeah. Or
Actually,
at least I
let's get-
try and.
Let's get some sleep first.
Yeah, but before we do, what does everybody think about this whole situation with Lucia?
It's so cool. No, okay, no.
Like, I'd love to think that.
Sora wants to find that coin, bury a divine smite into it or 4, and then never speak of it again.
I've made a promise to her that I will help to free her if I can. So, if she did that, I would be very unhappy. Did you do it?
She is pure evilness in the sense of she is a devil, demon.
No.
She's
Yeah,
a
devil.
sorceress.
Yeah, right. So, like, no. If Sora could put 1,000 divine smites into that coin and make it not exist anymore, she would. I would.
I did read this one book one time about deals making with them. Yes, and these are not beings that we should really be making deals with. Letting her go back to her own plane of existence, yes. Making deals for more power, I do not believe that would be in our best interest, as it would tether to your soul, yes, and would be very hard to possibly break later, and there could be far more reaching repercussions to taking that path. Yes.
So I have no problem doing whatever it is that you want to do, but I'm telling you, the second that she is free from that coin and I am around, I will put her back to where she belongs one way or another.
That's very well and good, but
no.
As soon as she gets out, she's leaving.
Yep, sure is. Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't. Do you know what those? I mean, you can think that you can just destroy it willy-nilly, but I can assure you, nothing's that simple.
I know that I carry a hammer with me and the right to kill her, and that is what I will be doing.
Those of you with arcane knowledge would know the fact that a fiend, devil, demon, that destroying their body on the mortal plane just sends them back to where they came from.
Which is where they're going anyway, so it makes sense.
Yeah, that's one of the just as she's saying that, it's like yes, that would happen.
Yeah, but that's why I was just gonna nod and smile at Sora and say, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Eldon is also.
Sora has no arcane knowledge
whatsoever. Exactly, I know, and not really much in the way of religious knowledge either. So
no.
So yeah,
I would even probably telepathically say to the others that do have arcane knowledge, just let her,
Everyone else but Sora does. Yeah.
The whole party but me.
And I believe at least half the party has religious knowledge.
We'll all
as well.
just about
halfway through Torben like arguing with Sora about like Eldon will pipe up with, he'll actually go into his bag and pull out the book and go to the chapter about when you kill a demon on the mortal plane, it just goes back to the other plane of existence.
Eldon? May I see that book?
Well, actually, I kind of like this one.
I know, I've read it 4 times.
Yes.
Is that mine?
No.
I look in my pack. I have 3 books with me. It's not that one.
No.
And then I go back. I know it's obviously not, but like he's looking back like, I don't. Okay, I didn't know we had another copy of that book, and that's a limited pressing as well. That's better than mine.
Oh, yes, I actually received this in Copperville. There was this strange merchant. Actually, he kind of got a hold of fun books like this. A rather interesting individual. A rather crotchety old dwarf. So he would pass me mini books after I was removed from university. Yes.
So Lucas Tobin, what do you two think
Of what?
of the whole Lucia situation?
I don't care. I don't think she's going to hurt us. And if she wants to give you a little more power in the process, so be it.
She's not to be trusted.
No, of course not. But
I never said I trusted her.
If you're gonna make a pact with her, don't you have to trust her?
But in the meantime, if she's offering us a solution, we can't afford to turn away any help right now. We need every advantage that we can get. I haven't been in a lot of battles like you all have, but I am resourceful, and I do use.
What is a pact with the devil when you're telepathically connected to the big bad evil guy that we want to kill?
All I know, is
it's
from what Amethyst has told me and you all, this succubus, and we all seen what she looks like. She's very nice to look at, but she hasn't made any attempt to be untruthful to us, at least as far as I know. Amethyst, I'm sure, would have said something by now.
Yeah.
And obviously that coin has had previous owners as well.
Do we know, is she lawful evil?
It's a demon. It's
devils usually are, yes.
Yes.
So basically, we know that what she says is probably going to be at least mostly the truth, because
lawful evil would be, but
yeah,
they make a promise, they keep it, unless there's a very obvious way they can get out of it.
Right.
See, the lawful thing to me is worse than the evil thing, because the evil thing is only one step away from my neutral, but my chaos to that lawful is like, ugh, keep that over there.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You can't. The thing on the pact there is you are making a binding contract, which is what lawful. The devils are all about contracts.
Be her biatch.
Oh yes and no.
But this is why I want to know what happens after. If we free her, what happens? Does that break the contract? Does it continue?
You don't know.
Yeah, that's
you
what
mentioned the other person in your party, Trevor, had this coin at one time too. How did he act? Did she change him at all?
He was arrested by us, so.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't
think
that she was directly connected to that, though. She's certainly not tried to influence me at any point.
You haven't really told me much about this, Trevor. What did he do to be there? I won't tell him that you told me.
He killed somebody.
Isn't that what you all do always?
He killed a lot of.
He killed somebody who was tied up on his knees, restrained, and already kind of arrested. Shot him in the head.
What did this person do?
He tried to set him on fire a bit.
But that's not Trevor's job to dispense justice like that.
We know.
No, we know. That's why he was arrested.
He clearly deserved to be arrested by you all, but it doesn't appear. It appears that, and Sora just said he's killed a lot of people.
Not really.
In Sora's eyes, that there is a lot. There was the guy with acid. There was the guy on the ship.
Okay,
that was Eldon.
Good character.
Yeah,
that was Eldon.
It was Eldon, but it was Trevor helping.
Also, torture was Eldon too.
A couple of times, yeah.
Trevor initiated that combat.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas held him, and Trevor went to town on him with stabbing him with a rapier.
Well, from what I understand, the goblin jumped at me first, and then I stabbed him.
This was a necromancer.
Goblin, Goblin jumped at you. Yeah.
It was like,
Trevor meant well. He was a good person, but he made some mistakes along the way, and the last one that he made was something that was not forgivable.
And he's getting his just desserts, I'm sure. Speaking of desserts, have we ate yet? I'm very hungry. Secondly,
drink your hot chocolate. There's marshmallows.
What is the marshmallow?
Taste it. You'll like it.
I don't think so. No, thank you. But
Swords had like 50 of them.
Some raccoon you are. What the shit?
I taste it, and immediately it's like one of the best things I've ever tasted. But I don't think I like the marshmallow stuff. But it's very, very good. Now that being said, but the point of asking about Trevor was, has she ever done anything to him to make him act out like he normally would in his given day?
Not that we know of.
Right. Has she tried to do that with you?
Absolutely not.
And it seems like we need every little bit of help we can get until we can figure out what to do. I don't trust any demon. I really don't trust anyone outside of you guys and a few people at the Lyceum and Nils, because he's helped me a lot. But I think we should get our rest, clear our heads, and do a whole lot of killing. I will tell you, if they walk on two legs, I will help the best I can, but I don't think I'll be able to kill anybody. I just want to let you know that now. I'll do what I can.
Even Wraith?
I know how evil he is, and I don't know. I'm gonna have to. I don't know, Amethyst. I don't know. It's one thing I've never done.
Okay. I quite like the idea of doing that myself.
If I was going to kill anyone, ever, besides the one person I have killed, it would definitely be Wraith.
Good.
Mr. Torvin, you do not have to worry. Either myself, Amethyst, Lucas, or Sora will take care of that issue.
Okay, then.
Damn right. And she was standing over there with a handful of marshmallows in her hand, just.
You eat those without the hot chocolate?
Yeah, all the time. As Sora's shoving like 50 in her mouth. Chubby bunny.
Chubby bunnies.
So you got yourself a passenger there. That's interesting. Well, I mean, you take power where you can get it. You do with it what you can, and kind of like at that point, it's like there's a wherever you've been pulling them out of there'll be a few more left at this point. So, but so is there a way to get rid of her?
She wants to be free, and I said that we tried to free her so she could go back to the whatever hell dimension she came from.
Probably be the nine hells. I mean, that's where devils and such go to.
Yeah.
Mention succubus. That's where they're from.
Yeah, and I mean, I've told you before about actually inhabiting her body and seeing stuff that happened back then, and it kind of confirmed the things that she told us, that she didn't trust the Dark King. She didn't want to be a part of what he was doing, and he forced her to do it by, imprisoning her and stuff. So,
can you get rid of her?
I think so, but I don't know about the pact thing, if that's something that will continue after we send her back.
Sounds like y'all know more about the arcane stuff. I mean, I know a touch, but not really enough to know that kind of stuff. So, I mean, if you make the pact and get the power, then the power stays, the pact stays, right? The connection stays. If the power goes away, that means the connection broke. So,
Mhm.
I think you're probably just fine.
Okay. I'd like to see what Alia thinks too.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
go ahead.
You see, I think the answer to getting rid of the connection is in the wizard's tower. You and Dravia.
Yeah. The freeing her. And potentially freeing the one that is in Wraith's Queen also. If we can.
Yeah, maybe use figure out how to do it to her, and then repeat the process for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. She can obviously help, at least talk us through it, and then we'll have the power to do the same thing with him, leaving him at least not as powerful as he is right now. Not completely powerless,
What
obviously,
time
but
is it?
It's probably around like 11 or so at night. I mean, it's well after dark there. It's getting later. You guys kind of did all that well after dark, and so it's actually we're probably pushing midnight right now. So it's definitely getting later in the evening. About 5-6 hours till sunrise.
I am going to go ahead and go to sleep, as it is probably best that we get all a good night's rest, as we may be embroiled in strong violence tomorrow. Yes. So, good night.
Night,
will go
Eldon.
off to his own room.
good night, Eldon.
Go sleep with in the workshop with Greta.
Sure.
Not with Greta.
Understandable.
But, like,
Nope, you
Too
said
late.
it.
Nope,
You
too late,
said
Cannon.
it.
Nope, too late. Cannon.
She has a hammock. It'd be really kind of awkward to climb into a hammock with the.
right. I'm gonna go to
Someone.
my own.
Yeah.
To my own. Hammock.
Sure. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Sure. We all know what happens in those hammocks.
Yeah.
Swinging down there. Uh-huh.
Yep.
No, Eldon's fine.
If this hammock's swinging, don't, I don't know, whatever.
Just have
Anyway.
swinging, don't come pocket.
The
Yeah,
hammer
I don't
is the hammer is what?
Right?
So,
Just moving
if
on.
there's anything else, we cut to the morning.
I just want to ask Alia first before.
Don't you dare!
Okay. Right.
Nobody gets a claim on you. No. Just no.
Not claiming me.
If you make a deal, if you make a pact, that's a claim. That someone has a.
Like that girl more and more.
I mean, she's got her claws into you.
Mm-hmm.
That never goes well.
Your charisma is not high enough to be a warlock. Stop it.
Actually, yes, it is.
Actually,
I was
way
gonna say
it
it probably
is.
is. I have no idea.
Yeah.
No, I don't know her.
Oh,
Hers is 22 or something
My
like
charisma
that.
is good too.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah.
So
Jesus.
no way.
Charisma is my spellcasting ability.
Yeah. I mean, I know you already play around with the power a little bit. Don't go jumping in the deep end. It's not okay.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to kill Wraith. We've got to use anything we can to get our hands on it.
And if we lose you in the process,
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to lose me if you know.
if you go all dark and demony and stuff like that, then we may as well have lost you.
It's not going to happen. I'm sunshine.
Uh-huh. Right.
You
No.
can feel the heavy eye rolls.
Okay, I'll take that into consideration.
Okay.
Don't fucking tell me what to do.
Someone's about to make a pact with a demon.
Somewhere in the back of her mind, like, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. Now she's going to do it because I told her not to. Oh, no. She does know you pretty well.
Well, yeah, because they're definitely sleeping in the same bed.
Well, and they've been mentally linked their entire life pretty much. So, morning rolls around. The captain says that he can put down and says he's going to actually be putting down dock number 4 this time. a little more central of the city. A little busier place too, so they can kind of mask the coming and going for yourselves, and a little bit more witnesses around if there's anything going on. I mean, the trade-off is that there'll be more people around to blend in with for the bad people to blend in with, but it also means that there's more eyes on what's happening, and so it makes it a little bit more difficult for them to do bad things. And so,
and she says, "Is it worth stopping off at the floating island and see if we can get our wizard friend to get us into the mage tower?"
And see if you can connect with their their teleportation circle at the same time.
That's possible, right?
oh, do you want to stop by the island there first? We can do that. If you have an invitation, or are we just making a surprise visit?
I mean, we could ask.
I mean, either way, it doesn't.
Yeah, we can just do ascending to him.
Okay. All right. So, as it is fairly early morning at this point, then Bardia will be sort of, oh, what? Oh, you people, right. Sure, come on up. Give me about a half hour. And you can he is obviously hungover drunk. That's something. He's just
Yeah, that's fine.
okay. You guys put up there, and the captain. Well, to the island first, then. Okay. Yes, we can do that. And we'll just go ahead and put you at the island there. As after a time of maneuvering around and kind of heading in there, you guys are able to dock there at the Conjurer's Island, as it's kind of referred to as for the most part. And the guards there are at least one of the guards recognizes you from last time. You spend a little time just letting him know and that you're there for legitimate purposes.
Before we get there, I will gather everyone together, including Kiva, and give them an inspiring speech.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
What's the general gist of it?
All about working together, make sure we're all on the same page. We're all obviously trying to. The end goal is to stop Wraith and stop the return of the Dark King. We're all going to work together as a team.
And Kiva will just sort of like, all right then, and she pops a marshmallow in her mouth.
How many 10 points is that?
15. Yeah. 16 10 hit points there, folks.
16.
Ooh, well, 16, eh? Nice.
Yep. All right. So the guard's a little surprised to see you back there again, but doesn't seem to stop you or give you any hassle or anything. So you're able to, after a moment, this is you may want to wait just a moment. He's a little bit indisposed for the moment, but word's been sent ahead that you're here. And after about 10-15 minutes or so, they'll let you in, and we'll say the guard will escort you over to this building here. Last time you were over in this, the Conjurer's Hall, the summoning area, essentially, they bring you over to this building here. And inside is a very lavish marble floors, sculptures, plants, all sorts of inside there. The one plant on the trees on the island seem to be mostly dead on the outside there, but inside here, just lush greenery everywhere. artwork and everything else through this hallway. And there's rooms off to either side, and you're basically brought into one of the rooms to the right there as you go in. And after about a couple of minutes, there'll be a little buffet set up there with some cold drinks and some hors d'oeuvre type things like that for you to help yourselves. About 10 minutes later, Embardio walks in, and he walks in bleary-eyed, kind of bloodshot-eyed there, a little bit kind of moving a little slowly and gingerly, wearing just basically a silk robe, pretty much. House slippers kind of thing, and just sort of like walks in, hair a little bit of a mess. Hello there, yes, you wish to, one moment, and he goes over and gets a big glass of water and chugs it. Okay. Hopefully we'll be back up in a minute there. So far, mine seems to be okay, but it might be a regional thing. Beyond.
Yeah, I was gonna say me too. So yeah, okay. It's down.
Mine's okay.
So, I mean, it just keep trying to refresh. It'll pop up.
I'm on roll 20, so I'm good.
Yep. So, what can I do for you? You wanted to meet, and it's always good to see such fine and helpful people. And he kind of pauses for a moment and like, I can't remember your names, but I remember you did help us greatly, and so what can I do for you today?
A couple of things. We were hoping that you wouldn't mind our friend Lucas here attuning to your teleportation circle. As the one that's in town is obviously being dismantled, and if we can help to fix it in any way, we definitely will.
Oh, you're speaking of the one in the academy. We don't have anything to do with that one. No, we have one here.
Yeah.
Well, I'll need to get approval from my associates. It's not just my island. I mean, I spend the most time here. Well, no, Corlana spends more time here than I do, believe. But I mean, she never leaves her libraries and her own little summoning areas. So, I will discuss with them and get approval for that.
While you're looking for approvals, we were hoping to get access to the Mage Tower. I don't want to say too much, but there is a huge threat at the moment that's in the city, and we're looking to eliminate it as best we can. And I think some of the resources that we need will be there. So I can certainly fill you in on everything after the fact. I don't want to give too much away right now.
Too much information might be more than I can deal with at this time right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you need access to what exactly? Besides the circle, again, we'll talk about that. The
Mage Tower.
Oh, the guild tower, right?
The wizards, yeah, the wizards.
Sure. I think I can arrange that. I'm not the highest ranking conjurer, but I am a high ranking person there, and I can certainly arrange to have some visitors brought in for a time. Yes, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like the place is locked down and secretive. Well, it is, but I mean, you know what I mean. There's still people of skill and talent and power that maybe should have access to it, and though I don't see any real wizardly folk among you, you're still obviously arcane practitioners. And I realize that, although you are partially
I will.
Yeah.
I
You don't
have
have to
been
go wizard.
very
You look at our
proficient.
playthrough, so it's like, yeah.
I
So,
have
it's one of those ones that,
as well as Warlock initiate.
yes, I would say this. Essentially, like you are all arcane practitioners, but no one is a pure wizard. So, no wizard be caught dead wearing that much stuff and that much armor and everything else too.
Yeah.
So.
It's not really the wizard aspect of it that we need. Just some possible resources that will lie in there that we could do with using to.
Oh, I can arrange that. Yes. Just a moment. All right. And he pauses for a moment there, and takes a pitcher that isn't water and pours it into a glass there, a goblet, and just kind
of. Is he drunk?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's hungover. He's more hungover at this point there, although he is drinking some more wine right now. But
Right.
So, all right.
Over.
So, just a moment. I will make the arrangements we need. You may want to send your ship. We'll be taking a different route to Tower.
Okay.
Right. So,
We'll get them to go dock up.
Sure. So, you kind of send a message or whatever you need to do to the ship there, and Kiva's just kind of looking around like, I've been up in this place before. I've always seen it up here, but it's kind of nice being in here. Bit of a lush, but kind of cute. Anyway, right, we're going to the guild tower.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't think small, do you? All right then. And so the Embardio leaves the room for a moment there. He comes back dressed in more formal looking robes, less casual, with actual like boots on, and he's kind of smoothing his hair back and looking a little less disheveled than he was a moment ago. All right then. Let's see. We have a total of 6, right? Yes, and myself. Yes, we can do this. And essentially, to lead you out of the room into the very center of this building, this little square, almost these like there's the 4 like hallways converge in this square chamber. He kind of like pauses for a moment. All right then, and just kind of like makes some motions and mutters some arcane phrases there in a language you don't quite understand. It sounds a little bit more like gobbledygook to you, but it works for spellcasting anyway. And you will see the floor separate and pull back as a circle is exposed. All right then. So everyone on the circle, we're going to be taking a little trip down there, and he kind of points toward the ground. Just a moment, we'll be at the tower.
Later, marshmallow.
Something to say? Everyone froze again.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Just a second there, everyone froze. Okay, good. So, he lays you all in there. Lucas, you see very similar arcane gestures and phrasing as the circle lights up, and the little center of the circle like forms a glowing little portal, and you don't actually have to run into it. It just sort of like the room flashes and you are in an almost identical space. And at first you think, we didn't move. Nothing happened. Like, did we go anywhere? Is there anything different? And, all right then, here we are. And he gestures over there, and the door opens up, and you see 2 decked out men with swords and armor, very light mithril type armor. They have lots of decorations out there. These long blades that they're holding at the ready, not ready to attack there, but just holding prepared there. Master Embardio, you have visitors. Well, state your business. They need access to some places here. You got to... I'm taking them to a couple places. Right. Well, they're your responsibility, so... Yes, I understand. He just kind
Don't
of
worry, we're
waves them
very
away.
trustworthy.
Of course you are. Yes.
Nope.
As
No.
Damn it.
No?
D&D
No.
Beyond just went down again right when I was in the middle of...
okay.
Yeah.
Mine
It's all
came
right.
straight back up when I refreshed it.
Okay. Give it a moment there. It'll be back here. And so what you'll find is you are going to be, and you're going to see this from the outside, but you are actually inside at the moment here. You are here. In the square
Oh.
tower.
Pretty.
You're not sure exactly where in the building you are currently, because you don't see any windows currently where you're at. But he does lead you into a grand hall with large vaulted ceilings and just everything just kind of a white, pale marble and gilded gilded plates and signs which you assume have script on them, but you don't see any script until you get closer, and you'll see sort of a glowing script appear over the gilded plates on every doorway that you're in there, with some names that you don't recognize specifically, maybe offices for specific members of the guild. There is, however, in the center of the hallway, a grand staircase, sort of like leading down, and on a very large marble pedestal, there was a massive plaque, and there are names scribed on it, and you will see, to those lost in the name of exploration. And you'll see some names that a number of you are going to recognize. Specifically, Mordenkainen, Bigby, Rary, and Melifander. The actual name for Melf.
Nice.
Um,
Does it say two Vecna?
no, lost in the year 1116. Almost 100 years ago. Actually, no, take that back. 11. It was actually 86 years ago. Is the actual date. There's some other names in the list you don't recognize. That you don't specifically know, although Amethyst them jumps out at you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just make sure I have the name correct here. Let's say I have it right.
It says a statue, right, Jim?
It's a plaque with with sort of a pedestal with a plaque on it.
I'm gonna touch it.
Yeah, it's cold like marble pedestal. The plaque there is a smooth, smooth polished metal. Nothing really strange about it there. There's nothing extra. There's nothing out of the ordinary, as far as you can tell. And I'm missing the name of the person that Amethyst recognizes.
We supposed to know these guys that are on here?
With arcane knowledge, sure do.
Yeah.
And I, above table, knew two of them at least. So, like
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
like,
above
'cause
table know all of them.
there's books written about
yeah,
many
yeah.
of them. So it's like,
above table, I know
Amethyst
all of
uses
them.
a spell with one of their
But-
names on it all the time.
Right, yeah,
I
but like
wouldn't
Sora is asking, are we supposed to know these guys? Girls?
Yes. In fact, they were very, very powerful arch wizards. Obviously, died quite a while ago. They are responsible, actually, for many of the spells in my own spell book. Fascinating individuals, all of them, from a historical standpoint. Yes. Eldon would like go to tell like the story of, Mordenkainen and all of the great things that he did for exploring the multiverse and
Yeah. Sora will be hanging on every word because all of this is new for her.
Right. With Lehman's tiny hut and like all the cool things.
Lehman's the one who taught Mordenkainen, actually.
Yeah,
and learned from.
And all of the fun, like just unload of history.
Of the many times we let you talk, Eldon, I will let you continue to educate me.
You've heard of the spell Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion, surely?
Sora only knows of that because of the trip we took with the carpet and the cat. That is the only thing she knows of it.
So, Amethyst, the name I'll get to another time here, because for some reason it's completely flew my head here. It is the name that Mavel told you where they came from.
Oh, okay.
They were a shattered soul of one of the people on this plaque.
Okay.
Cool. It's one of the ones listed after the first 4 there that you recognize as the spellcasters. And those of you, Melifander is just the proper name for Melf, as in Melf acid arrows. They're level spell. Yeah, that Melf. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, so essentially, it says the date there, 86 years ago, when you realize that Addie and the others were around 80-something years old. So a little piece falls into place. So, you are led down, and you wish to see the. And so, specifically, what specific places do you need to see here? I mean, library, specific offices. What is it you wish to view?
I'm going to telepathically ask Lucia, can you direct us to where the bond was forged? Do you remember?
I think so. I believe it was... I believe it was very middle of the tower. 5th floor, maybe?
Okay.
A large chamber. I don't know what if it's still intact or not, or if it's the same thing, but it was a large chamber on the 5th floor. Medium chamber of some kind.
I'll tell the guy that's the area that we'd like to just...
The council chamber. Right. All right then. Interesting request. There's no reason. There's no state secrets there or anything else. I mean, it's just a chamber where the guild masters will meet, and occasionally others are brought in to present information and such. So, right then. Yeah, sure. Yes. That's. And he directs you down the stairs, and you kind of head down, and the stairs sort of, as you go down, the stairs do something kind of odd, in that you go down the stairs, and you would think that you would come to a landing that would be like, this is a big square building. You go down the stairs, and there's another set of stairs going down this way, and it's like each time you go to a landing, it's like you're at the same stairwell, but it kind of breaks your brain from it, because you realize you kind of like stepping down, but the building's perfectly square. So something about the stairwell is not lining up geometrically, because if you went down the stairs up here and walked down this way, you end up back here again, and then walk down, end up back here again, and end up... It's like the stairway doesn't really exist within the geometry of the building. And so you end up down 5 floors and step back around, and definitely each floor is different. There's a different set of like rooms and such, some different decor, but each stairway just sort of like wraps back around to the same place on the next floor.
Weird.
It's all wizardy weirdness, yes. It has been here for 300 years, 400 years now. I think this tower's been here. I don't know. It was Liam and some of the older folk there had its design, and it's been ever since. So yes, come on down there, and he leads you into a large circular chamber. Opens it up there, and you all sort of, well, it's lit up. There is a central podium, and there's sort of a ring, a little railing around it there, and a little like a podium kind of thing inside this little ring, this little railed thing there. And then there's 9 like seats centered kind of ring around it there. And you all recognize that it just sort of flashes in your head there of this chamber was dark and you were in circles of light, and that was a central pedestal. But it's the same place. The dimensions feel the same, but it's all lit up. And you see there's actually almost like a ring of seats on the outside of it beyond there where people could sit and listen or watch what's going on. This is the chamber. It is not terribly exciting with no one in here, but Lucas.
Yeah.
The pull is stronger than ever. And Amethyst, you hear almost a hiss in your mind of just this place. And the two of you can both connect to the way you are, feel the power. The rest of you see a calm space, well lit. Not very much in the way of ornamentation or anything fancy here, but there's definitely a quiet peacefulness to this room. But you can see both Amethyst and Lucas are showing signs of some discomfort. That there's something here that they're feeling that you're not.
I'll go to this central podium.
The sound is stronger. Amethyst, you're almost in a bit of a daze. Not that you are being controlled, you sort of just wander. And you move over to a seat. One of the chairs there. There's a little it's almost like a little desk actually, a little thing there, and a chair. But you kind of you kind of blink and realize you're standing at this space, and you kind of get a little mental flash of being in a ring of light here with darkness around you. As Lucas sets the book, or Lucas stands in the place where, well, in the vision, the Dark King was standing. Lucas, the power is just... You can just feel it. Like it's like you can't... It's in the dimensional space. The book is still sealed away, but you can feel the power. It isn't like the book is... It's just the resonance of the power that's there. What would you like to do?
We need to know what to do with it, don't we? We need to know. I'll ask Embardio, because he knows about summonings and the like.
Well, I mean, this room isn't used for summonings, really. I mean, there's a bit of a history behind it. I mean, it was said that when this was the Black Tower, it was still just as white then, from what I understand. It was just they called it the Black Tower because he ran it. he had taken over it, and anyone that stood up to him was struck down, and anyone that, well, we'll just say that he took control, and this is where he would meet with his trusted advisors, or servants, or whatever he called them. It's a sort of a... In reclaiming the tower and cleansing it and driving out any of the lingering darkness that was left behind, this became sort of a symbol of the rebirth, the changing and making everything in this place where the new masters of the tower, the new leaders of the guild would meet and put it to a better use. This was his idea anyway. So, the history of it, I guess, it was the Chamber of Nine. Circle of Nine.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
How do you feel about the Dark King coming back?
He still looks at you like puzzled. What?
How would you feel?
That is a strange question. I would most definitely not want that.
Okay, that's what we're here trying to prevent happening.
Right.
And
maybe I shouldn't have brought you here, but
I mean, we're trying to stop it from happening.
Of course, yes. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. Yes.
I don't know how familiar you are with the shattered soul phenomenon.
Let's just see.
Not
a bit.
Okay.
Never heard of it.
But basically, there is a very, very powerful individual who is out there who is has a pact with one of the powerful demons that worked very closely with the Dark King. He is absorbing souls of people he is murdering and getting more and more powerful by the day, and he is looking into resurrecting the Dark King, and we need to kill him. We need to stop it from happening, and we need any help that we can get with that.
I'm sorry, what? You lost me there for a moment. I don't see. I mean, I'm a conjurer. I
talk me through this
deal
room.
with things.
We need to know exactly what happened in this room. We need to know what we can do to undo whatever's
200 years ago. I'm only 35 years old. I mean, it was long before my grandfather's time. I have no idea. I mean, there's stories, there's accounts. I'm sure there are people here who have a more detailed account of that, but it was sort of put away for a reason. We didn't want this to be general knowledge to the populace of what happened in here and what was going on. And I mean, we safeguard against this, and no one's allowed to summon things in this place. And that's why we have Conjurer's Island. That's where the conjurers will come to us and do most of their summonings there. But I mean, what is it you want to do here? I mean, this place is of significance, of course. I mean, I understand the significance, but what do you need to do?
We're acting a lot on instinct here. We're very much drawn to this room. We're not sure why, but we know this room is important in some way.
This is the place where the Dark King bound his demonic servants to his will. We believe this is the place where we can unbind them.
Well, I can see that there's always been a source of power around this building, and this was a bit of a nexus for that. That's why the council chambers were put here in the first place. But if you're going to have a place that's the most guarded and the most powerful people here would be here to stop anything from happening. So I don't know that we want to. Well, What does he propose? What are you looking to do?
I mean, say that I was carrying an object that contained the a powerful creature that was bound to the Dark King.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We don't want, heaven forbid it happens, but if he comes back, the fewer creatures that are powerful and bound to him, the better. So what we were trying to do is unbinding these souls to the Dark King so that he cannot call upon them should he come back. It's all very complicated, I understand.
I mean, I understand some of the theories behind, of course, conjuration and binding and such. But I mean, binding isn't magic that you don't really do.
But say if there was an object that had a creature bound in it, how can I go about freeing that creature and sending them back to their own plane?
Well, breaking the bindings, of course. I mean, if the bindings are forward, the bindings are still active, then breaking those bindings should release them back to where they're supposed to go. So, I mean, the most common bindings done in this day and age are the elemental bindings. They're sort of, just they can be bound to perform services.
Eldon literally points to the owl that is sitting on his
yes.
left shoulder.
I mean, on a small scale, but there's also many of the Skarloans have mastered the binding of air elementals to their airships and having them provide the maneuverability and such. It's a very common thing amongst the Skarloans, and I mean other places that use elementals to bind them in ways to provide heat or energy or moving things and such. It's all uncommon. So if you have the item the being is bound to, and you have a way to break that binding, that seems to be the most forthright way to do things. I mean, a binding is a form of dispelling, and the more powerful the binding, the more powerful the dispelling must be. A potential ritual or a counter. Dispelling a binding is essentially it's a larger scale, more involved process than just dispelling a basic magic.
So how would I go about doing it?
I mean, can you dispel magic?
Yeah.
Then perform a ritual that expands the power of that and uses the connection itself to break the connection. It uses the power invested in the connection to break the connection itself. I mean, it's all. I mean, it depends on the nature of the binding. It depends on who did it, how long it's been in place, how strong it is, what was used to create the binding in the first place. I mean, it's all. I mean, if it's a general tether of mana that's been drawn about something, then breaking that is a matter of countering with the force that was used. If you have an item and especially if you have something that was used to create that binding, then that could be done.
Would we be allowed to do it here? This is where the binding was made.
I mean, that would make it. I can go and inquire. Yes.
Would there be more information in the library about potentially? Or do you know anyone who might know?
The tower itself doesn't have a specific library for general usage. Each sort of member has their own library. If you don't have a centralized library that here, the only library really in the city of any real import is the Grand Academy. I mean, it's more general studies, but yes, most of the arcane knowledge is kept among individual members of the guild. We all have our own, essentially, stashes of knowledge that we'll share with each other, but a centralized repository is not something we have here in the building.
You would know
Some of
most
the
about-
officers might, but
You would know most about the Dark Lord and his bindings.
Unfortunately, much of his information was, so it wouldn't fall into the wrong hands, was destroyed and removed, so it wasn't laying around for anyone to recreate anything he'd done. I mean, he did terrible things, so we don't really have that around. Maybe some specific people. I know I've never seen anything like that for myself. But if you want to use the chamber, I can go and get approval for that.
Yes, you would.
We promise not to do
Alright.
any harm if we can help it, and if we do, we will absolutely repair it, or
I'm sure that the artisans that restored this place would be able to undo anything that
Okay,
you brought forth. I mean,
sounds good.
this is, this is what they do after all. So just wait here for a bit, and well, we'll see what we can do. And we're going to take a quick break while we decide what it is you guys want to do while he's out of the room and while he's seeking approval and such.
Oh my!
So I'm not sure if our Kira's going to put us on break here or not, but let's just go ahead and pause for a moment, and I'm going to keep the music going and mute for a minute. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so.
And I'm going to listen.
Have
to
a
David
nice
Bowie.
week.
And I'm going to listen to David Bowie for some reason.
Bye.
All right. Real talk.
Right, let's talk about him while he's gone.
Yep, that's how we do this, right?
Yep. So I think it's gonna kind of be make a deal with her. She gives you a buttload of power, but she gets a foothold in this plane of existence type of thing. And I don't know though.
Boat table?
I
Is a
don't
terrible idea.
want to give her that. I don't want to give her any power in this plane of existence.
Just remember
That's all.
what
No.
Torben did give you advice before he left, because you asked him. It was the
Trevor
last
did.
word.
Yeah, Trevor did.
The last words he gave you, in fact, before the connection was broken and severed.
Yeah. You said Torben, you meant Trevor.
Trevor.
You know what I meant.
Yeah.
You're right, Aaron. Are you okay?
Yeah, just a rough couple of days. It's not a biggie.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So I think not making a deal is probably the best idea. Just throwing that out there. However, Amethyst is kind of power hungry a little bit.
No, she's not.
Okay. Well, I'm saying in this
Not
exact
in the way
moment.
that she's not happy about this. She is literally definitely taking everybody's advice on board, and most people have said don't fucking do it. So
Yeah.
as much as she is, don't fucking tell me what to goddamn do, she is
Right.
also listening to the people that she
Eldon.
loves.
And Eldon has definitely said don't do it.
Yeah,
It's-
Trevor told me not to even talk to her, not to trust her. So that's one thing. Sora obviously is absolutely against the idea of that. I don't like the idea of forming a pact with. I mean, to me,
Remember,
they formed a pact with an evil creature, and look at him. And Amethyst wants no part in that. Amethyst does not want to turn
just
into Ray.
remember, he
From
can't-
a mid-maxing moment, though, taking diffs into Warlock would be really great for Sorcerer. She
Yeah,
get a
but-
lot of benefits.
I don't
Yeah.
like.
I just remember having a conversation not 10 minutes before game started about hearing about how you would never ever make a pact because you're not going to be somebody's bitch.
Exactly.
And
Not
then
only
here we
that,
are.
keep in mind one thing. real quick, as from speaking of Trevor's perspective here. He never made a pact with her, and she was able to make him stronger in different ways.
Yeah.
Not just the coin. You know what I mean? He never made a pact. He was never able to do so.
Then again, from a story point, it would give Jim some fun things that he can throw into us with you making a pact with her, like just also throwing that out there.
And also
2 cents.
literally eating our own ass because of how dumb it is after to do it. So let's not.
Jim, the DM, who sent me a message earlier saying,
no, he's back. Just kidding.
Okay, stop. No more planning. He's back.
No, it's okay.
I mean, I don't like the idea of it, and I think if I thought that by freeing her, the pact would be broken, that would be okay. If it was just for the whole let's kill Wraith thing, and then okay, you can go now. But if that's something that's lingering, I definitely don't like the idea of being somebody's bitch. And that, to me, that is what a warlock is. A warlock is you're just somebody's bitch. You get all of your power from a separate entity. My power comes from me, from the world, it doesn't come from somebody who's going, I guess you can have some spells today. That's fine. So,
Sounds like clerics to me.
I don't.
Yeah, that's a cleric.
That is totally a cleric.
100% cleric.
Or
and
paladin.
technically paladin too. Well, paladin, warlock, cleric. Those are the guys that kind of like.
Yeah.
The fact that she's lawful evil means that yes, I trust what she's telling me because of the lawful thing, but at the same time, she's evil. And
she's
that's
got her own plans. She definitely has her own plans. And we don't know her plans. That's the other thing. She could give you a bunch of cool power.
She actually said what her plans were, though. Like, she told Trevor and her.
Well, immediate plan is get back. Her long-term plan, we don't know her long-term plan.
No.
What I'm worried about, though, is, so we free her. We did what we said we were going to do, and Sora stayed true to her word and didn't do anything. Because you asked me not to. And then all of a sudden we start getting the news later on down the road that she's attacking villages or, has seduced this powerful person to do yet again another Wraith incident. And that's where Sora's like, no, she just needs to die. She just needs to not be. Because yes, holding it to our words and doing what we're supposed to do is the greatest idea in the world, but it's the aftermath that I worry about.
Well, on that note, let's bring it on back. We actually didn't go to break, so we've been live this whole time, so it's all right. So you are in the chamber, and Bardio has left the room, saying he's going to go bring someone back to see what it is you want to do. But for the moment, you are alone in the room. Is there anything you want to do while he's out?
Yeah, I'm going to take the book out.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
The second you pull the book out,
okay,
you all hear the... It's not loud. It's not around the chamber, but you definitely hear it. It's sort of faint in the back of your mind. And Amethyst, and actually everyone, you will see a chain, shadowy gray, shimmering from the book Lucas is holding to you, Amethyst. Specifically, where's the coin?
Yeah.
I'll hold the coin out at arm's length.
Oh yeah, it's right to the coin.
Okay.
And just that grinding sound there. You definitely, and you can all see that link now.
Okay. Lucia, what the hell is this?
Darling, that's the chains that bind me to the power of the coin. So that's the key. That's what did it in the first place.
What do we do then? Destroy the book?
I'm not sure that's possible. But...
Go ahead and give me Arcana checks, those of you who are trained.
Everybody but me.
Yep. Sure. In this case, yeah, you're watching this happen. You're seeing what's in front of you here. Nice. Okay.
17.
Okay.
34.
Nice. Okay. Amethyst and Torben, you're both like kind of seeing the power there and realizing that essentially it's almost like a ghost of a spell. It's not an active spell that's there. It's just sort of like seeing the effect of a spell that took place. Lucas, Eldon. Effectively, while that is an image of, or sort of an after effect, a sort of a ghostly representation of the spell used to create the binding that linked Lucia to the coin, but also to the wielder of the book. She had to do what the Dark King said. The Dark King held the book. So, you realize that dispelling the links at both ends should break the chain, should disrupt it. You're not dispelling the book, not dispelling the coin, you're dispelling the link between the two.
Lucas is her holder right now.
There's a weak point where the chain is held to the coin, and a weak point where the chain is held to the book. The items themselves cannot be dispelled, but the linkages between them could. And that would release. That would release.
Would that just release Lucia?
It would basically break the binding, yes.
Okay. It wouldn't release multiple creatures. It wouldn't release all of...
it's literally just because you need to have both the book and the coin in proximity to do it.
Okay.
If I'm holding the book and I concentrate on one of the other coins, can I see the chain?
Give me a perception check. Actually, what would be a better one? Let me ask you, what skill would you think you kind of draw on to kind of look for that? Would it be investigation? Would it be perception? Would it be arcana? Which kind of direction are you going to focus? Pick one. Any one of them. Any one of those three would work.
Yeah, probably arcana.
Okay.
I would have gone with insight.
You know what? Insight would work too. I would allow that. Sure. If you have that as well. I mean, I know you're trained in it, so yeah.
There's not much difference.
You're typically trained in anything.
Can I assist him?
Not really. This is something he's looking at, right? Trying to determine the information for. So, if he was asking for help, it'd be one thing. But he's sort of like, yeah, you would. Yeah, you're basically, you're kind of like looking for some kind of trail. And you all pause as you see Lucas is looking at the book and kind of looking not just at the chain that's there, but looking around to see. Give me that check. You can sense other tethers, but you lose sort of you can kind of almost sense other chains, 8 other chains, in fact. But they get quickly lost in sort of the noise of the material plane. They're obviously too far away. And so you see see a faint chain going out there and it just sort of fades away and is lost. But you can definitely sense there are 8 other connections.
Are any stronger than the others? Is it distance or is it just something else?
It's hard to say. None of the connections themselves are stronger than any other words. I would say that 2 connections you can see a little bit farther on than the others. Meaning you would assume those coins are closer in proximity.
See, the thing is, if we work out how to actually do this, how to dispel this and free Lucia, when Wraith's in the room, you would have to obviously discreetly open the book.
Well, the book is not open. I will specify that
No,
right
okay.
now. You have not.
You would have to
Yeah.
hold. You would
I will
have
say,
to hold
Lucas,
the book,
you are
sorry.
fighting the urge. You know, you saw what happened when the book was opened, and you are definitely holding that book closed.
I meant open the thing.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Just want to clarify.
And hold the book, and we would have to do the same thing again to unbind.
Raiders of the Lost Ark type of book here, like.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is bad stuff.
Yeah.
So, essentially, again, so Lucas, you can sense those connections there. You realize that without the other connection, you couldn't do anything to the ones that are here. But the fact is that you can see both ends of the connection here. That, Eldon, you start to piece it together. Watching this happening here with the highest roll there. If you dispel both ends at the same time, and we're able to it would require a caster check. I'm just gonna tell you that right now from each person dispelling. And based on this, you're going to assume that Lucas has the strongest connection to the book itself. He's been holding it the longest. He's there. He would need to do the one end. And Amethyst, you have dispel magic as well, and Lucas, you do as well.
Uh-huh.
You both have dispel.
Yeah. I also have it.
Okay. So I would say that Amethyst and Lucas would be the ones doing this dispelling. Now, I'm not saying that anyone else couldn't help, but effectively it would be they're the ones who have the connection. They're holding the connections. They have to basically try to break the connections, but others could help. So
I don't even know what's going on, but I don't think I like this very much.
Yeah, you see the power. You can definitely see what's there.
So, Mr. Torben, where we are right now is in the center of a room that is the center of power. Yes, I believe this could be sitting over a ley line or something of the such. A center of magical energy, the likes of which I have never seen. I'm actually literally shaking in my boots, one could say. Miss Amethyst and Mr. Lucas, the two of you will need to attack from both sides of the chain and break the connection. Yes. So, the spell you will need to use would be Dispel Magic, of course, as the smelly wizard, very rude individual, just left the room. How dare he say I do not practice arcane? I am actually rather frustrated with him, truth be told. But the thing is that I can help, but you two will need to break it. Yes?
Yeah.
Right. So, what would you do? Do you want to wait for someone to come back, or do you want to just go ahead and go for it?
If we're gonna do this, we should just do it.
Yeah.
Well, we've asked if we can get permission. We might want to wait. If he says no, then we can do it anyway. But
as I once said in a laboratory far away from here in Copperville, better to ask forgiveness than ask for permission. Yes, I did blow up a building, but that is a different story.
Different story, different time. I say we do it. If we wait and then they're like, nope, we don't want you doing this, get out of here, we're not going to get another chance to get back in here.
You might notice that Amethyst just gone off in her head and she's just sort of staring at nothing at the moment.
Sora's readying her weapon and shield. And making sure her armor's clean.
She's just doing that thing when she's talking to somebody.
So what do you think, Amethyst? You've got to do one end.
Okay. I've told Lucia that I will not make a pact with her, but I've asked her if she can give us or me more power to help to break the chains. And she said she'll do whatever she can to help. So.
All right. So, beyond that, any other preparations you want to make before doing this?
I'm powering up my Mizium generator to give me a little bit more power to help.
Okay. Any specific?
But he's just kind of there, crouched, like waiting in case anything bad should happen.
Okay.
Should I be guarding the door or guarding you guys?
I mean, no one needs to be guarding anybody. She's not going to kill us. She's not going to. In fact, she might even help us to fight Wraith. So, like,
I'm
just
going to go over to the door.
Okay.
All right. So,
if she can prevent the resurrection of the Dark King, I'm sure she would want to.
Lucas, Amethyst, this is going to end up being a skill check. A series of them, actually. So, what happens is you each reach out for the power. You both have Dispel Magic, correct? So you're basically using Dispel Magic. Okay, so
yeah.
Now, this spell is higher than third level, so you'll be making caster level checks. And it'll be actually done more as a ritual than a true Dispel Magic. Okay, so it's going to be sort of a series of checks you're going to make to sort of latch onto this. So, I need you both to give me a caster level check, which is just basically a d20 plus your charisma modifiers. Since you're both charisma-based casters.
Oh, hi.
What was that?
I said roll high.
Oh, yes.
I mean, ideally.
Great charisma check.
A good start.
Nice.
+6.
Excellent.
A straight charisma check?
Yeah, plus your, +6 for you, Lucas? Okay,
Yeah.
All right. So, Lucas, you holding onto the book there and just kind of seeing what this book did, seeing what the power was, and just the fact that you've been hearing it for so long and actually holding it physically in your hand there, it's sort of like trying to hold on to a fire hose, just blaring. You just kind of feel it, kind of the power sort of like almost twisting and trying to move out of your hand there. But you just sort of drive your focus into holding the book there and just grasping on to the chain. You can feel your power sort of like latching onto it there and crushing into it there. And it's you have a solid hold. Feels pretty significant at this point. Amethyst, your end is sort of it's almost like it's not moving, but it in your mind and the power, it's like you're holding the opposite, the spraying out end of the fire hose. It's trying to just do this, and you're just sort of like clearly trying to hold on to it there. But you do feel a power stabilizing it. Like there's something like the magic's just trying to run wild, but something is kind of holding it back, and you can almost see Lucia sort of like her hands like stretched out, like she's standing behind you almost, with her hands sort of like on either side there, keeping it from going too far either direction. The reddish skin, the dark nails, the strange smell of almost like flowers and brimstone mixed together in a way. As you fight to control the power there. You should each give me one more check, and one other person can make a check as well if they want to assist in some way.
I will.
Oh, yeah. I was just,
Okay.
No, go ahead. You can.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So yours is an intelligence check.
Yeah, mine would be an intelligence check. And
Okay,
what
good,
I would
good.
like to try and do is jump on the middle of the chain.
Okay.
And calm it down.
This is
Do you
for
have an
fun only.
inspiration?
I'm going to use
Am?
my
Yeah.
I'm going to use my luck to reroll that.
Go for it. Yeah.
There you go.
I was just gonna say the coin can be used at this
Yep.
in this test.
I told her before too. Yeah.
Yep.
Point of luck.
Oh, for
Mine was
fuck's
just for
sake.
fun, by the way.
Okay. So you, Lucas, Eldon, you can feel, Lucas, your end breaks. Like there's literally you can feel it rather than see it so much. It's literally just like there's a pulling sensation as the chain comes loose from the book itself. I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw. Eldon, the middle of the chain just goes crazy wild for a second. You're just like you're trying to like stabilize some of the power there, and it just like literally one end just goes flying past you, and you manage to keep it from like lashing out anywhere, any direction here. Lucas, you find yourself thrown back, but you manage to like stabilize it and not go like tumbling backwards and just sliding back a little ways away from the center of the circle there, the marble floor. Your shoes sort of like scraping and squeaking a little bit on the floor as you get pushed back away from it there. Eldon, you're like holding on to like almost like a essentially a writhing snake almost on one end here. And Amethyst, the chain wraps up and smacks across like your face, and you can feel a physical impact. You don't see blood, but something smacks into you, and you will end up with 1 sec here. "14 psychic damage," as it literally, there's a physical wound. It just literally smacks into you. 7, of course, because you're resistant to it. So you kind of shrug it off as it hits you for a second there, but it's still attached. I need you and Eldon now to make one more check. Amethyst, this time with advantage.
Oh shit! Hang on.
No worries. Okay, or did we roll it twice?
I'm going to use my
Oh, that's better.
inspiration for the day.
Sure, go for it.
There we go.
All right. So, what ends up happening? Amethyst, you almost lose hold of the coin itself. It almost rips out of your hand there, but you can feel that stabilizing presence as you will see Lucia's hands clamp down on the chain itself, and there is just a white searing, well, it's not heat, it's just a light that sort of like reaches up there, and she screams behind you as she holds onto the chain for a split second. Eldon, that chain whips around, and for just a moment you almost lose hold of it and realize it's going to be lashing straight back at Amethyst, but you manage to hold it for just a second there as you snap the connection. And as Lucia is like screams in pain from this searing heat there, this searing light there, it drops, and the chain quickly dissolves away. You just hear the voice behind you, like she's like standing up, like behind you somewhere. Thank you, darling. I don't want anything to do with this place any longer. And the pain is evident in her voice as she steps away. And you all see a shimmering in the air where there wasn't one previously. A figure, sort of a shimmering, like, distortion of humanoid size, a little bit larger, stepping back away from Amethyst. You all see that in the room now. You don't see a form come into view, just sort of a shimmering in the air. What would you like to do?
Well, she said thank you, guys.
Elon pouring in sweat. You need to return to your plane of existence now, please. Be gone with you, yes?
Before I have actually implored her to help us with Wraith and the prevention of the resurrection of the Dark King, so I'd like a conversation with her before that happens.
Amethyst, this is very dangerous.
I mean, we helped her. We promised to help her, and we did.
Well,
Gonna
darling.
Look away.
Okay, yep. The second you do, sort of like any lingering traces of energy that were just sort of like fizzling and fading out there, as soon as the book crosses over the threshold of the cloth that that's carried in there, they disappear. The last little lingering, like fading out, so it's just gone. The wavering image is still there, however. I don't know exactly what I can do without being physically here. At this point, I am pulled between two realms. I was never physically brought here, and I was never fully brought out of the hells. So I don't know what I can do exactly.
Okay.
Soren knows what you can
The
do.
only thing you can do is go home.
The coin, the power of the coin, was not mine. It will still work. And the figure sort of like moves away and approaches you, Eldon. Send me back. I am trapped between at the moment.
I can send you back real
No,
good.
you can send me. And you
will
could try to attack her, but okay.
No. Sora's just mumbling to herself
Okay.
over at the door.
I really
Just
don't think we should be expending any more spell slots. That's the problem.
It's my.
Well,
it's
I
one
will
of
say
my
this: the
fourth
third level slot is not expended for those of you because you did a ritual cast of dispel magic in this case. You did not actually. So the only spell slot that would be expended here so far would be the one for banishment.
Right.
The fourth. So
Okay.
Eldon.
Which. 1 second.
Yep, enemy the test.
Okay.
No problem.
No problem. Yeah.
Wow.
So the generator just glows, and you just sort of hear this, almost this like satisfied sigh, as Eldon, the spell ripples forth there, and for the second time in, well, a little over 24 hours, you cast banishment using the Museum apparatus. As the energy goes out there, this time there's no fighting. There's no pushing back or holding back there. The second the energy washes over that wavering image there, it just is gone. And Lucia is no more. The coin of fortune is still there. It's expended because you did use it. But the item is still there. You still sense the power that's in it. Oh, you did.
It's just a point of luck now, right? It's not.
Exactly.
There's no
Every
entity
24
living
hours.
in there.
Yep.
Yeah. So, a moment or two later, Embardio walks in with another older, an older woman, who seems to be probably where he's in his like appears to be in his mid to late 30s probably. She's probably like in her like early 50s or so. She is human, a bit of streaks of gray through her hair. But she looks around at all of everyone here and kind of sees the labored breathing a little bit there, a little bit
sweat,
and
lots of sweat.
Yeah, like what's all this? I don't think anyone was given permission to conduct any magic in this chamber.
Oh, we didn't. We've not done any magic. We were just, meditating.
I was, in fact, exercising quite stringently, as I do need to work on my strength. It is quite low, obviously, as you can see by my size. So I was doing some heavy push-ups and jumping jacks, as I have seen fighters.
I'll need you to give me a deception check there. Hold on, because and Amethyst, you will as well.
Yep. We're gonna above table. We're gonna outright lie to these people.
Now I rolled really well.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing. And so hold on, like Amethyst, she kind of, and so what ends up happening here is that you just sort of like start tripling and stumbling over what you're saying there, like cardio and sweat and exercise and the strength. It must be. I mean, you're obviously anyone with even any remote insight is going to go, "What is wrong with you?" But Amethyst, you with your just smooth talking at least. She sort of like discounts the bumbling, rambling gnome and looks at you and, well, that's good. She does sort of look around the chamber and kind of seeing where you're all standing for the moment. Well, I think that we should have everything in hand. Is there anything I need to be made aware of? And then Bardio's sort of like looking kind of confused. I don't know. They were supposed to.
Shrugs.
Do we have permission to use the chambers?
I would need to know what for exactly. I mean, it's not really a matter of. This is a meeting chamber for the Council of Nine. This is where the most prestigious and powerful wizards have worked in council with each other and presented information, and scholars have presented information to the council and the high members, and kind of gestures around the room there. And I don't think that it's appropriate for those who are not members to really use. What do you want to use the chamber for again? And Bardio was quite vague.
I mean, I guess if it's for the important people, we should probably just go. Bardio, you talked about maybe letting us tune to the teleportation circle, and then we could probably just leave. If that's
well, I said I'll have to speak with my compatriots there on the island, and
I thought that's what you were doing. Okay.
No, I was getting permission to use the chamber here, and if you don't need to use the chamber now, I don't know what the problem is. I mean, and you can see those are their insight checks.
I mean, we don't want to.
He's sort of looking around, confused, like he was.
Thor is looking the same way.
Yeah, and she's sort of like looking around. She's obviously looking like to inspect for any damage and inspect for any sort of like nothing seems to be out of the place. I mean, nothing. There was no physical problem there, other than a little bit of scuff mark on the floor there from Lucas getting shoved back a bit.
And my face.
Well, yeah. That was all mental wounds. There's no physical aspects. So, Well, I think that if you're all through here, then if there's anything else you need, then be on your way. I don't think there's anything else you need to spend time in this chamber for. And Bardio's like, yeah, so suppose come with me and we can depart. And
All right. Thank you. Sorry to be we don't want to inconvenience anybody. We'll go. Thanks.
Well, he actually takes you back out to the ground floor because since your ship is no longer up on the, he took your ship away and came down this way down here. He will take you out to the street level, and you'll actually be coming out this door over here. So you leave at the base of the tower. There'll be a large building, and what you'll find in here is there are just a lot of rooms and offices and meeting spaces, and it's like this massive, almost like an empty university building. Like there's some rooms in use, but there's a lot of space that's just not being used here currently. So a little odd walking through. Like there's some sections are obviously decorated and in use, but a lot of it's just not.
Feels just like home.
Yeah,
Such
a little bit.
Shame for it to be empty like that.
Well, unfortunately, I would say that the problem we have is that there's just not enough wizards in the world these days. They're spread out all over the place and doing different things, and I think that they're a little too selective, with their membership. And
maybe if you weren't so fussy, and maybe other casters could be involved. You don't just need to be. I mean, look at Alden here. He knows so many things that you guys know, but you'd never allow him in your little wizard tower because he's not a wizard. But
and he'd blow it up probably too.
I mean, I'm not saying that no one who's not a wizard could ever be a part of this organization, but it's a little bit. I mean, I am not one of the people that make decisions. I'm just one of the people that can use the tower and come and go and meet with people here and do things that need to be done. And well, yes, I agree. I think there should be more people of different abilities and casting styles and such, but that's more for what the Lyceum as Port Oris is for. They tend to have more of a teaching and training organization, where this is more of a dodgy old wizards club.
mm-hmm.
I live on the island and not down here.
I think Tobin here used to live at the Lyceum. He's a very good friend of Janon's.
Shakes his head.
No.
Or nods his head, I mean.
See if he's... Nope.
Do you know anything?
This guy's the best.
This guy does not know anything.
Yeah. I mean, it's like literally the one thing you know about this guy is he's described as a hedonist. He is basically out to party and have fun, and he's not up on current events or politics or anything else that's happened there. It's like he's got arcane knowledge, but no history, no nothing. He knows his one little section of the world. That's about it. And he knows how to party. That's about it. So
that guy's a mess.
Anyway, I would say, if you need anything else, please. I would love to have a celebration at some time with your success and whatever you're doing.
Yeah, we'll come back and let you know about the success and maybe, attune to your teleportation circle. And
yes, of course. I will. I understand, and maybe meeting Kelowna and Wayward Traveler. We'll see what they have to say. I'll have to track him down. I don't know where he is right now.
All right. Well, we've got more pressing matters, so I guess we'll come back and see you very soon.
Good to see you again, as always.
You too.
Second time, right? Yes. Good luck in your endeavors, and well, ta-ta! And he goes back into the building as you guys are out on the street here.
Bye.
I put my the cloak back over myself so I can punch back again.
Sure.
I can still hear. I just need socks. My feet are cold.
Well, before he disappears, I kind of want to ask him a question.
Sure. Yeah.
You said you had a library. Does your library have anything on books on dragons?
Well, I mean, I don't really attend to the library very much. That's more Kalorna's thing. He's talking about on the island up above. She is spoken with all manner of interesting beings, and that's sort of her thing. I mean, I just want to drink and have fun with them. She wants to talk with them and write down stories and such. I don't get it, but that's her thing. I mean, if some point you up there you want to speak with her, I'm sure she'd. She might be willing to speak with someone outside of her circle and her summonings.
I'll just use a sending stone later. Thanks.
All right. So
Belinda is the person we talked to, right? You came in and we deceived.
No, you didn't see her. She was. You haven't talked to her at all.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, she's the old lady conjurer up on the island that you had heard about but never actually met.
Oh,
she's the one that she is the conjurer
different.
who summons things. Yeah.
I was thinking.
So Kalorna, so Eldon, you recognize the name because she has a lot of famous things. Like she will an interview with demons essentially, and so she'll have like an entire like book of summoning different beings from the abyss and talking with them while she has them bound as like in their summoning circle and getting whatever information she can and then just sending them back. So that's sort of what she does is she just gathers information and talks with different denizens of the outer planes and see what she can find out. That's her whole craziness.
Talking of finding out, shall we pop and see eyes and ears and see if he knows what's going on? If he's seen any movement?
Yes.
We've got to find out where Wraith is, haven't we?
Yes.
Speaking of,
I was. Also your spirit soul friend. Yes. What was your name? One more time. I'm so sorry. I am sometimes horrible with actual names.
Whose name?
Kiva.
Oh,
yes,
Kiva.
that one. Yes.
That was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, I'd never seen anything quite like that before. So, of course, I couldn't see what was going on exactly.
The study of the arcade is actually a fascinating thing. I have never actually got to experience that kind of a ritual before. I would be most interested in attempting again. However, your contacts in the city, find this dirt bag so that way I can blow him up. Please.
I'll do my best. Most of my contacts are similar to the contacts that you've already spoken to, so but I can definitely put in find out some more information. That means I kind of have to run off by my own. You were kind of all against that before, so.
Yes, still on that boat. I was saying, where can we go together? Because you're not leaving our site.
Right.
There is one more option. So it doesn't have to do any of that. But I don't think you guys are going to like it.
Well, spit it out there, furry.
I'm not... What? And I look down, you see no fur on me whatsoever. But he looks... But
I recognize the markings. I
understand.
I know where you're from.
Yeah, I do have fur in places, and I just look down. But
most do.
Yes, and I want to talk to one of his people.
Talk to one of who people?
Well, Wraiths, of course.
Well, right. Okay.
I'll talk to him, and I'll find the highest one that I can, and I will simply talk to him, and he will tell me what I want to know.
Right.
That involves getting me back on the ship again.
So you're gonna go off without the group, go find somebody, make him talk, and then come back with info?
Well, here's what I'm hoping this time. I already went on that ship once. I'd rather not do it again. But I could get... Because the goblins are not coming off the ship. Chances are he's told someone on that ship where or where he's going to be in case bad things happen. I locate one of them, question him quietly, and then if he tries anything, I'll do what I have to do, I guess.
Right. Well, I mean, I certainly can't stop you.
I think it's a dumb idea myself, but I think it might
maybe
be
don't
the
do
only
it.
way to find out exactly
Let's
where he
go
is.
and talk to Eyes and Ears and see if he knows.
Yes, let's do that, because this is
where Wraith
definitely
is.
a last resort type thing.
Right. So you guys head from the Wizard's Tower, kind of on the border between Dock 4 and Dock 5 there, sort of on the sort of the southeastern side. Southwestern side, right? And start heading over down this direction. As you go, give me perception checks in general, folks, there, just to see who spots what in the city.
No, you already got my good one, Jim.
I know, I sure did. Nice.
That's not bad.
It's
I'm
fine.
gonna do my inspiration on that one. No, I'm not. I'll take the low one. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So, what I'll say is that you guys are kind of looking around there. It is late morning. All that took probably a good 4 or 5 hours, roughly, between talking with him and moving around and getting down there and doing things there and leaving the place and kind of deciding what you're doing next here. So we're talking probably around, probably close around noon, maybe a little bit after noon at this point. And you find yourselves, I mean, obviously you have a heightened awareness at this point. They're looking everywhere and trying to keep out, have some things there. Torben and Sora, you definitely have, Sora, you're sort of trying to look everywhere at once and not be able to like find anything specifically because you're just sort of like this head on a swivel kind of thing. So while you see people, you pause. Is that someone you need to worry about? Nope. Is that this person? Oh, that person has a kid. That person, and so you sort of like just trying to look everywhere at once and kind of taking nothing in, pretty much. Torben, you find yourself just like scouring the shadows and watching every alley, and the fact that it's noon, there's not much going on in those places, and there's not a lot of shadows really at this point because the sun's pretty high in the sky. Amethyst and Lucas, you will both take note of a couple things. First off, you're fairly certain you're not being tailed. You keep watching over your shoulder, and you don't see anyone specifically following you. No one obvious at least, and no one who's obviously doing anything else weird or untoward. No one's like ducking in and out or trying to like keep up with you. But you will both catch the fact that Kiva is every so often pausing and kind of glancing off in a direction and just sort of doing like scratching the shoulder there or kind of fixing her hair a little bit, brushing something off of her pants. Occasionally just sort of like twiddling her fingers in an odd way. Lucas, she's definitely using Thieves' You don't know what she's saying, but she's obviously talking to someone. but you can't really tell who exactly. So,
because she's in Thieves' Camp, huh?
Well, you said you're not watching her. That's so. As you guys are kind of making your way across the Dock 5 district there, the Noble district, the military district, everything else that. So again, the more guard presence here than anywhere else. She's sort of like at some point she'll kind of settle to you there, Amethyst. Well, it seems that someone was found dead at the academy, a student.
Right.
Based on the timing of things, I think that was when we had our little shared blackout.
Okay.
So how many is that now?
Too many.
And you sort of like work it out there. It's like, oh, based on the imagery you saw with the candles and sort of the visions you had and the most currently there, the count is at 6.
6. Okay. Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, we don't know how many he needs. We don't know what he's going for.
I think he wants us all.
Well, he's not going after us.
Yet.
Taking out others. I don't know. But I mean, that's the academy is where it happened. Other than that, no one I've chatted with has reported any specific individuals matching descriptions that we need to be aware of.
Okay.
So,
you say this person was a student. Have you any idea of the age?
Well, I mean, anywhere from, I would say anywhere from 16 to early 20s or so. That's mostly the academy.
So these are kids murdering now.
Well, I mean, the youngest people at the academy are going to be 16. So, I doubt he's that. I doubt it's one of. I mean, I don't know. I can find out for sure, but I don't know. I mean, they're young, younger than us.
Yeah.
Younger than Addie in her group. There's a younger bunch out there somewhere. Wait, how? If we all came, you told me we all came from that sword, right?
Mm-hmm.
That blade thing, that demon thing that killed the person that's in your dagger thing.
I'll pull mine out and let her have a hold of it.
Oh, thank you. She's like kind of like gets a sly grin on her face there. Takes up there and oh wow, that's an odd piece, that's for sure. But okay, this is
part of the sword. Mm-hmm.
Also part of us. You kind of feel it, right? Okay. She hands it back there, just as like kind of bit of a shudder as she holds there. That's weird. And I make blades with my mind, so
bit creepy.
No, just me. No more weird than what you throwing out spells and such. It's just a different kind of magic, right?
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
Cooler than mine, but mine is really cool as well. Would you like? I'll show you. If we fight right together, you'll see. But I throw them, and then they just disappear as soon as they hit their target. No evidence.
That's useful. Yeah, I
These
see
are
that.
Cooler. And then where are we at right now? Like in the area?
You're in the military district right now.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just wondering. There's
a guard over there, and a guard over there, and a guard over there, and a couple of soldiers over there. And
don't start throwing daggers around right now.
Well, I could throw the ones they wouldn't even notice probably, but like the songbird, yeah, he would know. Totally.
So I would say, you guys move out of the military into Dock 6 area, and kind of seeing, really, and since you're not pressed for time, you're not rushing through the streets or anything else. You're kind of like going with the flow of people walking around and try to bowl people out of the way and everything else. So you end up reaching Dock 7, where you know that Eisner's was stationed, by around 1 o'clock. We'll just say, based on information, stopping to talk, everything else. Doesn't take long for you to find him. He finds you. You kind of pause at the cafe where you saw him last night, and he's not there, and then there's a psst, over here, and you see kind of actually over by, just kind of around the corner from a cloaked figure kind of standing there, the same circlet and everything else.
I have been trying to move around and keep out of sight, as there's been some activity last night and this morning. Kind of people coming and going.
Oh yeah?
I think the goblins may no longer be on the ship itself. I think that they're all cleared out. I don't see anyone on board anymore. But when they went to the city, I wasn't able to track that many. They all sort of scattered and moved to different places at different times. It was hard to. As I was watching one, another one went off a different direction, and it was impossible to keep track of them all. So, but there's a number of in the area, at least.
That is very, very bad news. But I think that also means that it's coming to a head, whether we're ready for it or not.
We're ready.
I think he knows the fight's coming, so he's getting ready.
So, you are here.
Go ahead. Just abandoning his ship because he can't use it anymore.
He's probably found another one, hasn't he?
Well,
About that, I think they're just getting them all off the ship, so like to get ready for the. But at least now he will be. They will be easy to track.
This may not be very, not a wise thing, but how about we just call him out, as in use one of the sending stones and say, "Come get some," as more brash people would say.
I don't need a sending stone to talk to him.
I don't.
Neither do I, really.
Yes.
We
But,
can talk to him like we can talk to each other.
if you guys do that, we need to pick the grounds. I don't think he's just going to agree. He'll know something's wrong.
I think we're overthinking it.
He's been a step ahead of us for weeks now, if not a month.
Not this time. We've just disabled his ship. We've captured his prisoners. We've killed his shadow demon and his little monster things.
Don't
His shadows.
cocky, Amethyst. He's so very,
I'm not
very
getting cocky. I'm just saying this time he wasn't a step ahead of us.
this time. So therefore he owes us one. Let's just be careful. But Eldon, we need to get into a place where no innocent people will be in the fray if we are to do that. Because we don't know when it's going to happen.
We're in the middle of the largest city around. It's not really anywhere.
There's got to be somewhere better than here.
Well, if anybody knows, it's Kiva.
A cleared
no,
area as much as possible.
I mean, there's not really a place in the city. I mean, kind of hit the outskirts and such. But I mean, there's some warehouses and such. They're usually empty. You want to move them to a warehouse of some kind. I mean, hell, they could probably go back to Corwayne's mansion and draw them to there. Mm-hmm. Or, I don't know. I mean, do we want to just try to lure him someplace?
He is
I am thinking maybe that would be a fine place. Set traps, yes, and lure him there.
He might already be at the mansion. He must have stayed somewhere last night. The mansion's empty. Maybe he's moved all his goblins in with him.
I don't know. I mean, I would assume, and I
have had people, I had someone check on the mansion itself, and it is still, as far as I can tell, empty.
Okay.
They haven't gone inside, but I mean, there's not really any signs of activity around the place. So I think that it is probably not a base of operations, as they say. It might be too obvious. Returning to the scene of the crime and all that.
Mm-hmm. Well, Kiwi said that he's not coming for us yet, but he went there looking for you. your name was used. You were the person he was trying to find. I don't think he just wants to, hook up and go for a beer.
I doubt that. Maybe at one time, but not now.
No. I think he wants all of us.
Well, can you blame him?
No, we're awesome.
I guess actually I do have. So you'll see. Actually, this is. There's Kiva.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She's spicy.
Oh
No,
hello
I'm
there.
spicy.
Yes, it has been established. Yes.
That must be Ginger.
Ginger spicy.
Oh,
Oh, where'd Ginger Spice go? Okay.
I could find an unused warehouse. I'm sure someone in the network can can tune us into some place that might be usable. We want to do this and try to do this in broad daylight. Do we want to do this? I mean, there's fewer people around. If we do it at night.
I just don't see. Clearly, we're not going to have the element of surprise. I say,
I think we need to find out where he is
why don't
and
you
find
just
him there.
maybe why don't you just ask him?
I can try to have a vision to see if I can see where he is.
you certainly can.
Doesn't that hurt you?
I'm gonna use the sending stone that I have, Jim.
Hurt me? No.
Okay.
I'm going to talk to my brother.
It scares the shit out of me, but it
Everyone's-
doesn't hurt me.
I want to know if he has any warehouses over here
Oh.
that are either empty or
Could be used with
Could be
large
used,
explosions.
that we could he wouldn't be butthurt if we destroyed it.
Let me just make a roll here and see how well connected he is. Okay. Well, Sora, I don't have a specific warehouse that's mine per se, but I do have a connection who I can use. And he basically specifies a street and a number. And I'm sure you could ask around and find out where that is.
Eva, do you know of this specified place of name and number?
I know the neighborhood. I'm sure we can find it. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a warehouse, guys.
Okay.
Now there's a few things. Eldon, this is gonna go against what you said, but I think you should hear me out on this. Only one trap. And
Really? Because I was actually thinking several.
I know that, but just listen. This is important. Hold on. He's going. If he agrees to meet us here, there's no way he's going to come if he has any inkling of anything.
He's not agreeing to meet us. He's not going to agree to meet us.
See, Torben, you may want to think of this more as we are ringing his dinner bell. So to say, we have two individuals that he would love nothing less than to suck their souls out. And, and
you weren't listening to my trap yet, though, Eldon.
Oh, okay.
But we're not saying, oh, let's arrange to meet. We're saying the things you want to hear, come and get it.
He doesn't know Kiva's here yet with us.
Well, he might.
I don't think so.
Probably not.
That's our trap.
You want to use me as bait? Is that what you're saying?
No. Not at
you.
all.
Using
Not-
Amethyst as bait. And I'm the
No.
surprise.
Yeah.
You're the surprise.
Right.
The
Okay.
bait thing I had no intention on doing. As
Well, the fact is
But
that we're
that's-
what he wants. So, I mean, that's by definition the bait.
but
I mean, he's not going to come after you guys unless we're there. Or, well, Amethyst is there.
who knows? He might be a little mad at me now. But
Eh.
then again, he doesn't even know that I did it technically. So, talk to him. See whatever you do.
All right.
And the only way we'll agree to meet him is here that way, or either at the warehouse that Sora was able to procure for us, or somewhere out on the city limits, somewhere where dozens of people can't get hurt. Because I don't think he will show that same remorse.
Yeah.
We can't fight him in the middle of the city. We cannot.
So Amethyst.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we ring the dinner bell? Or you ring the dinner bell and we set up?
You're assuming he's after you and not just after a number of souls.
But the two closest here.
Kiva's name was used.
Yeah, well, that was one of them who's after. He obviously knew of another one because he's taking it.
Yeah.
I doubt all the other souls, other than the two, are out of the city, and he can't go anywhere yet anyway.
I am.
Good.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just go out
No,
the
go
front
ahead,
gate.
Jim.
No, I was going to say, go ahead, finish up there.
Yes, I think that maybe we get to the warehouse, set some traps, yes, and then ring the dinner bell.
I don't think he's going to come. He's been really careful before now. He's made sure he's got the upper hand in any of the ones in the more powerful ones he's taken.
Either
That's
way,
what I'm saying. We need to find him.
even
We can't
if,
just.
even if he doesn't agree to it, he agrees to a fight on his own terms. Of course, there's going to be traps. There's going to be that sniper, and dozens, if not more, goblins. But then at least we will know where he is.
He doesn't want to fight. He just wants the souls. He'll probably just go somewhere else where there's another one.
Only one way to find out.
The thing is, he's a bully. He's just taking out people one at a time while they're on their own. So he either needs to think that one of us is on our own somewhere, and he's being all smart, or we need to find where he is and go there. We can't just lure him and go, this is going to work. We're here, come and get it. Because he's not going to fall for that.
Exactly. That's why I'm suggesting not trapping.
Huh?
How many resources he's got? If we say we're going to be in this warehouse, and he turns up with 100 people,
Well, yeah.
all powerful.
That's why I'm saying we need to find where he is.
Okay. Well, do you want to do your thing?
Yeah.
Press bottom?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. That would be a charisma check. The DC has gone up. Verify that.
Inspiration.
Go for it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay. So, you reaching out to him, trying to latch on there, and you kind of feel the connection, sort of see sort of the imagery you've seen in the past there, and then there's just this blackness that hits you, and it's like you literally go blind for a moment or two or three as you're sort of trying to blink and blink your eyes and realize it's not that you that anything's happened, you haven't moved anywhere, you're not anywhere, you just literally, there's just nothing, your sight is just gone. And as you feel the panic start to set in, you blink a few more times and the light comes back to your eyes and you can see again. You just feel that cold darkness that you've associated with him in the past. And connection was not there.
Well, one down. Kiva?
She can't.
Can't see him, but I can talk to him.
And mine's a little less risky than yours, I think, Amethyst. I'm not making a connection.
Yeah, I know.
Hey.
But what are you going to say?
Well, I mean, the only way we're going to get him to take the bait, is to have something he wants. If I'm talking to him, he knows I'm.
Mm-hmm.
So, we go. I find out where. Maybe I can trick him and find out where he is. I mean, he's not. I'll let you on a little secret here. Relv isn't like a genius or anything. I mean, he's careful. He's not dumb. But he's not like your friend here pointing to Eldon or Lucas. He's not like these guys.
I know.
Or him pointing to Torben. Because you guys have shown pretty high intelligence throughout the time here. So
I mean, he's fucking with us, and that's just stupid, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I can find out where he. I can find out where he is. I'll try to be. I'll be subtle about it.
If you arrange to meet him, just you two, he might bite then.
True. I could have him meet us by the warehouse, but I mean he's going to dictate some of the terms at least. So
yeah.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
If one of us looks like you, how easily would he be able to notice that?
Probably not at all. As far as I know, he has no psychic abilities.
Okay, so who here can disguise person?
He doesn't know what she looks like.
He's never seen me before.
That's even better.
He knows what I sound like. Because been talking to each other our entire lives. Well, mostly I've been talking to him.
Has he always
Can
been
you
like
just listen though, not talk?
It's more so. It's like I don't hear what's around to someone. They just talk, and I can hear their voice, and they can hear my voice. It's like you and I. We've done this where it's basically once the connection is made, I can just talk and hear, and you can hear me, and I can hear you. Well, you do your thing to hear me, but I can hear you. And it's weird, I know.
But can you just listen to what he's saying?
I don't hear anything around him. I just hear his voice.
Yeah, but if you hear him talking, it depends what he's talking about, I guess. But he could potentially be talking about.
Right. Okay. Well, let's do this.
Okay.
So she goes into there and she starts. Hi there, Relith. How you doing? I hear you're in town, right? And she pauses for a moment. You don't hear anything. Right. Okay. I hear that you might be looking for me. Isn't that right? Well, I think it's time maybe we do meet face to face. There's a location. How soon can you be there? Oh, that's... Right? And she pauses for just a moment, looks at you, and just sort of like... And she starts to sign for a moment. And Torben, you recognize she's now speaking... She starts speaking to Dee's camp, Torben.
Mm-hmm.
And just says... He wants to meet tonight.
You see Torben, full sharp teeth expression, smiling.
Right.
Which he doesn't really show his teeth very often, so he's like,
sure. All right. Here's the place. Be there. 10 o'clock.
So, 6:30 then?
And so she pauses for a moment there. Well, fish on, I guess, right?
Hope so.
The place
Okay.
you said, where is it? Is it in...
I told them to meet by over by the warehouse.
Okay.
We can put out a little sign for him to head inside.
Of course, he could just send like 20 goblins to try to capture you.
True. But luckily I won't be there by myself now, will I?
Absolutely not.
Good.
Or at all if it's had anything to do with me.
Yeah. So, you have a location, you have a time. What do you want to do between now and then?
Eat.
Okay, of course, yes.
I want some food.
Yes.
I think we should go to the academy.
Okay.
Maybe find out how he found this other soul.
Yeah. I'd also like to know what he did.
Yeah. Sure.
Was it in front of everybody? Was it, was he on his own?
Okay. Great.
Maybe it was.
Yep.
That kind of stuff.
So, we'll cut to that then. It's around it's 1:00 there. So, you're not far from the academy really now because you're over in Dock 6-7 area there, and the academy is in Dock 6 region there, back in the side. Actually, no, it's right there in Dock 7. Sorry, that's the building right there. So yeah, so basically you're kind of nearby it actually. So maybe 15-20 minutes to get there, just as you head on there. What would you like to? We just lost Torben. Oh.
Yeah, he's got disconnected. He's coming back.
Oh, he come back. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Right. So yeah, camera back and all set. Cool. When you get to the big academy, large building, huge building there, like tall structure, just lots and lots of buildings there. Start asking around, who wants to do the inquiries, and what are you looking for? What's your cover story?
Or we can say we're investigating the teleportation circle being broken.
Okay.
We've come from Port Orus.
Okay. I mean, give me a technically you're not lying, so it can be a persuasion or deception if you want to. You're sort of lying that you're implying you have the authority to go investigate, but you're also not telling a lie specifically. So either persuasion or deception, whichever one you want to go with there, Lucas.
Can I assist with this one?
Sure. Yes, you're kind of backing him up. Go ahead and roll with advantage. And guidance doesn't really apply in this situation because I'm going to persuade you now as I guide myself. Okay. So it's still pretty good there. I mean, the person's like, oh, okay. It's been a bit of a eventful week or two. With the trouble. Yes, this way, and he sort of brings you out. And you brought to essentially a almost like a rotunda kind of thing. And there is it's all cordoned off. No one can really go in. And it's actually kind of in this building, this big round building here. Up on the story there where those windows are, is the floor where the circle is. And when you get there, you will see that obviously the entire floor, well, it's in the process of being repaired. You can see it right now. But it appears that the floor was cracked in a number of places. Like literally that someone had literally broken the floor, which then broke the circle. And so once they can fix the floor, they can then start reapplying the circle again. However, Lucas, having seen this in action, you will see that not only was the floor broken, but there is a conjuration core set in the center that is also bent. Like something actually damaged the core itself. That's going to be hard to fix. You don't know how long it's going to take there, but you know that those things are, you've heard about and talked over with Nils and everything else, that those things are not easy to fix. So they are in the process of, they're replastering the floor and fixing the breaks in the floor and everything else like that. The runes of the circle are still etched there, but they're going to be redone, and obviously retooled. So how long it's going to take. I mean, it's going to take, depending on how long it takes to get the core fixed. Then it's going to take probably, who knows how long it's going to be there. But the etching of the ruins themselves are probably going to be a good, like, 2 to 3 weeks at least. Once the floor is totally fixed.
Do you know how it happened then? Was it an earthquake or something?
I don't know. There was a shaking. It may have been an earthquake, but there was no damage to the rest of the building. So somebody must have done something in here to do this. It is, and he was sort of a guardsman kind of thing there. So essentially, he's like almost like a. I mean, yeah, he's not dressed in armor with obvious weapons like that, but he obviously is a large, strong guy there. Potentially orc-blooded. There's a bit of a greenish cast to his skin. But so someone, it appears to be sabotage. The wizards have looked into, and the magic people have looked and see that there is a residue of magic, some evocation and such. So someone did break the circle, it seems. Don't know exactly how or who or anything of that nature, but someone strong, obviously, and someone who was able to get away.
I'll say we also heard a disturbing rumor that one of the students from the academy has been murdered.
Yes, it was an unfortunate young man. He was one of our more advanced students. He'd already completed his his undergrad years, and was a promising scholar. Found in his room this morning.
Do you think they may be connected, the two incidents?
There's nothing to indicate there would be, but other than the timing of things. But this happened over a week ago, and pointing to the broken circle there, almost 2 weeks at this point. And the young man was just last night. I would assume he was found this morning.
Do we have any idea who did it?
No, there was no.
How they got in?
Saw anyone come and go.
So someone's able to sneak in and out without being noticed.
Yeah, it's not impossible for those with the right skills and powers and such. I mean, this place is not warded against magic and such. It's a school, so it is not meant to be a high security facility or a prison of any kind. Just don't know why him.
How was he killed exactly?
Appears to be a single strike with a blade. Probably a long sword.
What was his name?
Greven Malone.
That name doesn't ring a bell to any of us.
No, never heard that name. He was a promising student, as from all accounts. He completed his undergrad years and was advancing through history studies, and yes, unfortunately, yes, he is no more.
How old was he?
I believe he is 20, 21 maybe.
Could we see his room?
If you wish, I don't see why not. The body is gone and it's been cleaned for the most part. We don't want to harm the other students and such, and there was no real evidence of, well, breaking and entering the room. It was just there. The investigators have gone over it. What you'll find inside is like a dorm room, essentially. It is typical, like 8x8 square room, bed, desk, wash basin, stuff, just typical stuff you'd find in a college dorm room. And looking things over, there's residue of some very faint residue of some magics that you're going to recognize as probably very similar to conjuration type magics there, so teleportation. Someone blipped in and probably back out again.
Grace capable of that? Walk?
Amethyst, yes, you know for sure. You saw him do it.
I saw him teleport.
You saw him. Well, he basically appeared from shadows, stepping out of shadows.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. At Addie's house, he just stepped out of the shadows. So, not much more to find here. But we will kind of move on toward. This is something else you wish to do. You can press on toward the evening.
Yep.
Okay.
I'd like to see if there is any kind of notebook with anything about. Probably not, but anything about his connections and the people.
Personal effects have been gathered. They didn't leave his stuff lying around in
Okay.
here for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like, I mean, they don't have stuff all lying around anymore. They did kind of gather his effects and put it in storage
Alright.
essentially.
I guess let's go then.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if we can find potions.
Okay. Give me between the group of you and the fact that Kiva's here, finding an apothecary is not hard to find. What sort of potions do you want?
Healing.
Sure. Essentially, yes.
Giant strength. One.
Well, I will say potions of healing, basic run-of-the-mill straight up potions are 50. Greater heals are 150. They do have superior heals that are 500. And if you're looking for anything else specifically, you can ask. You mentioned giant strength.
Stone giant.
Stone giant. Actually, stone giant. They might have. It does cost also 500.
I will absolutely buy 500 for Sora.
Potion. Okay.
Yep. I want
right.
Sora's strength up there.
You said 150 for the level up?
150 for greater. Yeah, so
Okay.
50 for the basics, 150 for the graders, 500 for the superiors, and also 500 for the stone giant strength.
Okay, so I'll get 4 if I can get 4.
Cool. Sure. Essentially, yeah. This place he brings to is fairly expansive. If something else you really want, they can probably dig around and find something. If there's anything specifically you want to get, pretty much anything. What's that?
1 hour of Stone Giant is going to be 23 for 1 hour. Your strength score.
Okay.
That would be Sora.
So we head over to the warehouse area. The side trip and everything else somebody mentioned before you wanting there about 6:30 or so.
Yeah.
You got to plan out for everything, and then
Okay.
Home Alone style.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you will find you will essentially get to the warehouse, set up, prep everything else that. Probably about, she said to be there at 10 o'clock. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
10.
Yep.
10.
I think
You
we
set up
should
your
get there
traps.
for 9. We should be there for 9.
I mean, assuming you're saying at 6:30 to set things up and kind of do all things. You
Yep.
set up. So,
Yeah.
well, kind of, you set up a number of things. And we can kind of like call those out as we go along here. I'm cool. That's prep time to do this. However,
assuming that we have all the stuff, then yeah.
I say I do have hunting traps, things like that. I do have those in my actual inventory.
Okay.
Let me see how many of those. I have Well, I only have 2 hunting traps.
That's fine. You
My
set up a
inventory.
couple places. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, you set up a number of things. I will
I would
say,
be like dropping. Like I have just an insane amount of acid vials.
Okay.
In my bags, I've got oil flask,
Caltrops.
caltrops. I have caltrops. I also do have 2 bags of 1,000 ball bearings in some difficult terrain. I've got alchemist fire. I have 3 vials of that.
Done. Do you have some large metal container that can have some sort of fuse on it?
I mean, I can make fuses. Yeah, I don't have a treasure chest or anything like that now.
But maybe we make a thing that can blast out ball bearings if we have time.
Yeah, I was going to talk with Jim this week about about things like that.
We are in the midst of prepping and such.
We have
here.
3.5 hours, so like
right, and
the time
we can easily
goes by.
Yeah,
you will, keeping tabs at the time there. 9 o'clock rolls around. You're finishing your preparations, getting things ready. Nerves are high. Obviously, everyone's tense. Things are working there. 9:30, 9:45, 10 o'clock. And there's no knock at the door. No specific, no voices call out. Kiva's looking around, kind of nervously looking at you, Amethyst, looking at everyone else. What if he doesn't show? What do we do?
And we simply find out where he is, but I think he'll show.
I'm sure he will.
Okay. Right. Well,
You've talked to him your whole life, you said, right?
Yeah. I mean,
has he ever? How honest is he?
I think his track record recently is we talked when we were kids, and he sort of shut me out years ago. I mean, and obviously he's doing bad stuff, so I don't think that I really know him that well anymore as I used to.
He's a very paranoid individual.
I think that he knows that it's in his best interest to show up.
You receive a sending. Amethyst.
Okay.
You think you're so clever, don't you? Well, you prepared for me. I know where your ship is. And I can just go and take that. Continue what I'm doing. And you can hole up in your little box there. Take care.
Ship is...
See you soon.
1,000 feet up.
You didn't hear that yet.
Oh, yeah.
I'll instantly send a sending to the captain and say, fly, now, go.
He already is. 1,000 feet.
He already is, yeah.
You guys. Oh, that was where you went to sleep. He brought you back down and docked at Dock 4.
Docked him, Dock
Different
4,
dock.
yeah.
Right, then sending stone.
Just go now. Fly. Go. I'll be in touch.
There's no response.
Fuck.
What are you going to do?
Let's go get our ship back.
My ship.
Okay. Leave the warehouse?
Carefully, yes.
Yeah.
I don't.
Don't forget your traps, just in case. Hold on. Or do you want to leave them up for now and then come back and get them later? There's no people come in here and trip them.
I mean, is he
You
playing
going
us
to
to
spend
walk
some time
outside?
together things, or?
He's obviously trying to lead us into a trap.
Sora's already out the door, by the way.
Okay, so you're in there. So,
Because,
well,
like,
well, I mean, you passed on to her what the message was. Yeah, I need to verify because it hasn't
Not
only
yet.
known so far.
I wanted to tell Kiva telepathically first, before I told the others.
Well, that's not good.
No. I'm going to tell them. I think that Sora's disconnected though.
Oh, okay.
She's frozen.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, so not good.
Okay.
As I
Well,
expected, he knew it was a trap.
So, are you heading for the ship?
Yes.
We need to, don't we? We have to.
Yes, like now.
Okay. All right.
This is what I was afraid of.
And I am.
I thought that we did tell them that to go back up because that was the whole thing. I thought that
they docked to somewhere. I docked
we
somewhere
did.
else. Yeah, they
No,
essentially.
I would have.
It was the intention.
I thought
but
that
we
it was.
forgot to
Yeah,
do
the
that.
intention was they're no longer in this city. Period. Dropped us off and then immediately went back up. I thought was our intention.
It was the intention.
I did think that's what we were doing too, as well.
We didn't remember to say it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's.
Okay. Well, so you head out.
Are you collecting your traps at first?
We don't have time.
You can grab a couple things. I mean, obviously, better traps are just easy to grab and throw in your bag of holding. No big
We
deal.
don't want little kids coming here playing and then getting their arms played.
I mean, you can't gather up all the ball bearings, but I mean,
yeah.
So
we'll use this for marbles.
I mean, we could do it with the portable hull.
Sort of, yeah. You could gather some things. I would say you can gather enough to kind of go there. All right. So
how long will it take us to get to the ship from here on foot?
not really that long. I mean, maybe 20 minutes tops. Rushing probably about 15 minutes.
Double dashing type of.
So. Go ahead.
No. Do you want me to get there first, or stay with you guys until we get there?
I really don't think we should be divided right now.
I kind of agree with that. So let's go post haste.
Okay. So you leave the warehouse, heading down toward the docks.
As we're leaving, Jim, can I give a quick perception check to see if anything else is around?
Absolutely. Quiet street. You see lights ahead of you. You are, at this point, most likely rushing, kind of keeping out there. Sort of who's grouped up with who? Who's heading where?
Making a beeline to where they said the ship was going to be.
Okay.
Also, I am activating my force cannon and doing some other stuff to
Okay, so you do that. All right. So I think so you rush up. You moving a front, Torben?
I'm going on the rooftops. I'm staying with them, but I'm not going to be inside.
Okay. All right. So you move down the alleyway. Corbin.
Mm-hmm.
Right about maybe a half a block down, a little ways past the warehouse there, you will see a flash of movement. Another flash of movement. Something else happening there. As a number of small hooded figures suddenly pop up near where you are. They kind of jump out of there.
Didn't see that coming.
There is Amethyst, and Torben, you wouldn't be there because you were not close enough at this point that you're up on the roof.
Right.
There is the unmistakable sound of the jagged blade. Danger! Danger! And you all hear that and are alerted to the presence. As 4 things happen simultaneously. You're moving along there, alert to the presence there, what's happening. Sora, Lucas, Eldon. A puff of gas suddenly appears. And a split second later, as you kind of look around there, see what happened there, there is just a strange shimmering wall that drops down around the 3 of you. Amethyst, you hear Kiva and turn to see an arrow stuck into her. And as you move to help her, you hear a and feel something hit your back. Make me a Constitution save. I'm also going to roll 1 for... Okay. You stumble. The pain is intense. You feel this like impact that hits you in the back shoulder as you see Kiva sort of like from the arrow. She kind of like she's obviously not that hurt. Like she seems okay until she suddenly like seizes up. Like her body sort of stiffens and she falls. Her eye is still open. She just hits the ground. Can't move. Torben, you see this like swirl of crowd of crossbow wielding, shadowy cloaked figures all swirling around you. Crossbow bolts start firing one after another. There's 5, 6, 8 of them all swimming around there as you're trying to like get a bead on them and do something to protect yourself there. Those of you inside the force cage. Sora, Lucas, Eldon. The air inside of that force cage gets filled with greenish, noxious fumes. You feel every breath sort of seeping into you. And I mean, Lucas, you're resilient now. Your constitution is good. Those of you're both constitution, but you're still, every breath is just becoming more and more agonizing. Okay. Amethyst. Go ahead.
I seen them stop because I was right with them. I was on the roof, but I was with them. So did I see them stop?
So you stop. Okay.
I'm gonna Misty Step to their if I can. And,
okay.
And then I activate my rebreather.
Okay. Now, if you read the description of Cloud Kill, you still take the damage.
Yeah,
even if you don't have to breathe.
Okay.
So, Sora, you neutralize a poison. Advantage on saving throws against poison and resistance poison damage. So, effectively, who are you hitting that with?
Lucas.
Okay, so for Lucas.
Lucas, I figure Eldon can take care of himself.
Okay. So you feel this, and what you'll find is that every round, the force cage, you kind of start pushing at it, and it's literally just this shimmering field around you, pushing against this thing there. It won't budge. You can't get out of there.
Cast straight away. See the force cage. Within trap.
Which would you casting?
I'll cast Dimension Door. I'll grab Sora.
Does not work. It fails. force cage you cannot teleport out of, as the shimmering energy shoots around you, and you start to disappear, but then like there's nothing beyond. You can't push through the barrier of a force cage, and each breath becomes worse and worse. Torben, you drop to the ground.
Oh,
fine. You said you missed. You stepped down to the ground.
Yeah, down to them. Okay, you scared me for a second. I'm like, oh god.
Missy stepped up there. I will say you are going to take a number of shots.
Yep.
And by the time you land, you've been hit probably 5-6 times at least by crossbow bolts.
Cast knock first on the prison they're in.
He has a shimmering field of force.
It's a magical spell.
Right, but this prevents. Okay, so
can I just ask?
Does it?
No, it doesn't. Yep, I'm looking at it.
What's
now.
that?
Is it a different force cage?
Is the force cage spell?
You can.
Yeah, I know that
Actually,
dispel magic isn't going to work, but Eldon would
specifically
cast...
said. Double check that because that's something that I was reading earlier this morning. So we'll check that. Just double check.
It says if the creature tries to use teleportation or interplanar travel to leave the cage, they must first make a charisma saving throw. On a success, the creature can use that magic to exit the cage. On a failure, the creature can't exit the cage and wastes the use of the spell or effect.
Okay, so make that check. So actually, first off, make me a Constitution save with advantage. Okay. Not succeed. So, you're going to be making the charisma check with disadvantage, as you are poisoned.
Even though he has protection from poison?
He has advantage on the save against being poisoned. You cast it, neutralizes the poison, but he's still in the poison. So he has to make a save every round he's in it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Excellent.
Rats.
Okay. So, let me roll some damage for you guys. Because,
And then...
Are all the arrows coming from ground level, or are they coming from higher up?
That's not right. Hold
Do you still have our temp hit points?
Huh?
Our temporary hit points?
How long do those last? They last for an hour, don't they? That was on this morning.
Oh, shit. Man.
Yes.
Okay.
No, they last until we take a short rest.
Okay. Technically didn't take a short rest, but it's been all day long, so it's fine. We will say this then. Let me just go ahead and roll.
I know I'm taking that many hits. I definitely cast shield on myself, by the way.
Okay, that'll take off a few, yes. So we are not in combat. I am going to point out the fact is, well, let's just say, Lucas, that won't work either. That's an interesting idea there. Trying to get out of a force cage. So, can they counter it as you're coming through?
You can't see it, can they?
Oh, it's not. You can see through a force cage. The problem is you only can't cast anything through a force cage.
I mean,
That's
like
why...
the dimension door itself.
Does it
like he casts the dimension door, he goes through it, it closes, and they can't see where it's going to end up because he can pick a point, right, Lucas?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they don't know where it's going to end up.
So where are you going, Lucas?
Obviously staying with everybody else, so wherever Amethyst and Kiva are.
Okay. So,
And then I was going to go ahead and blow my last 4th level spell and try and go taking Amethyst with me.
she's not in there with you.
Not with you.
I'm not in there. I'm
it's just
outside with
She's
an arrow
outside
in
of
my
it.
back.
Only the 3 of you were inside.
only the 3 of us. Okay,
Yes.
yes.
Kiva got an arrow in the neck. I got one in the back.
Yes.
And I'm about to get
And you 3 got force caged.
and I'm about to
Yeah.
become a pincushion in a second.
Yeah.
And Lucas took himself out.
Well, he said you
With
grabbed you,
sword.
Logan. Yes,
He
sword.
grabbed you.
You grabbed
Oh,
you.
I didn't hear that.
Okay, so
Okay.
I thought it was so then I'm the only one left in it.
Jimmy, are the arrows all coming from ground level or are they coming from higher up?
An arrow came from higher up, and a gunshot came from higher up as well. You got hit by a gunshot, not an arrow.
Oh, I did?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
So, a Amethyst, 2 more shots are going to hit you. Give me 2 more Constitution saves.
Are we taking that 39 damage before we move on?
Yes, the 2 you're taking 39 damage
Okay.
Me too.
as you get out. No, this is
No, it's
Oh,
just
that's them.
it's
Okay.
just 3 of us. I've
I'm
already
gonna put
taken it.
I'm gonna put it this way. This. Okay, you're good. Actually, no. So you'll be taking the. Okay, so Amethyst. The second, one of the arrow shots, another arrow shot that hits you, and another bullet that hits you. You feel a coursing, like, venom through your body that literally stops. You feel your whole body seize up, and you fall to the ground. You will see. Well, you know what? Since we're in the middle of this fight,
He didn't want to do it today.
it wasn't happening today. That's the whole thing.
He
So-
didn't want to do it today.
You're right. So it's not going to. I'm going to describe a number of things that's going to be happening here. You are a fish in a barrel
Mm-hmm.
with no less than 14 attackers, most of which are your level or higher. They prepped. They had everything set up for this. And I will say that Amethyst, Kiva are down paralyzed. As
Go ahead.
you look for attackers, try to find someone, anyone. Shots keep coming at you from different directions. The cloud kill is still there and spreads because the force cage is just missed. And you feel that gaseous space there filling the alleyway around you. You move out of the way. Every time you move away from it there's more shots raining down on you.
Jim,
Yes?
bear in mind that heavily obscured if you're in cloud kill, so they can't actually
Sure.
see us when they're in cloud kill.
Sure.
I dimension doored next to Amethyst.
Okay.
I'm going to grab Amethyst and dimension door again.
Countered.
You better not.
In the cloud kill. Heavily obscured, they can't see me.
You can't... okay. I'm just going to say this.
Birdie.
You will get away, Lucas, with Amethyst.
Don't you fucking leave Kiva to die, I swear to God.
I will pick up Kiva and do this.
I'm just going to put this.
I'm gonna do that on Kiva and pick her up.
No. I'm just going to say this. You are not getting out of this alleyway. Lucas, where you end up... So, I was saying, where would be your pick to dimension door with Amethyst's paralyzed body?
How far away from the warehouse are we?
Not very far. Probably about a couple of blocks. So, I mean, a about probably within dimension door range. One dimension door into there.
Dimension to the far side, basically.
Okay. Right. Okay. So. Yeah. So Eldon.
Okay. So I would like to go ahead and also dimension door to the roof.
Okay.
So that's
okay. So those of you who are not in the warehouse, yeah, no problem. You get there easily.
Okay.
At that point, it is literally gunshots, arrows, crossbow bolts, eldritch blasts from multiple locations, guiding bolts, a lot of, and then at some point, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, a hooded figure enters the fray, striding right through the cloud kill, and just starts wailing away on, well, Sora, or Torben, who are there. Punches, stunning strikes, a number of attacks. Eldon, as you survey the scene there, you'll take a pair of shots as well. An arrow, a gunshot, both of which are enhanced with poisons, and you resist quite a bit. But what gets you is someone steps up behind you and just lays their hand on your back. And you feel everything just wither and drain from your body. As you've taken a lot of hits. And you find yourself slumping down there. And while you try to turn and go to cast, you are shoved off the edge of the roof. Reaction, feather fall. You hit the ground gently. The cloud kill is dispersed at this point. And as you stand there, you see, stepping from the shadows, pale, tall, a long sword, silvery though wreathed in shadows, almost like fire. As Ray steps in and just starts cutting one after the other. And while you are absolutely putting up a fight, the number of shots, paralysis, venom, stunning strikes, and other magical effects, you each see one or the other drop.
Can I, on myself, drop my... activate my wand on myself, wand of fireballs, right on top of me with Wraith right on top of me?
They'll hit everybody else too in the alleyway.
It's just me in the alleyway right now.
No, it's Sora and Torben and a monk and are all down there as well. And Kiva, who's still paralyzed on the ground.
I misunderstood.
You teleport up to the roof and get knocked back down.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know, like, yeah.
So, I will say this. Sometime later. So while this is happening out there, Lucas, you have Amethyst there with you. What are you doing?
I'll cast invisibility.
Okay. And you get upcasted to 2 people? Is that?
No, I'll cast it on Amethyst.
Okay. So you are hidden.
Yeah.
Okay, you are hidden there. You hear the sounds, and they start to fade, one after another. And you can hear Wraith's voice, angry, shouting, "Where are they? I don't want to miss them. I need them both. Damn it!" Supposed to work. Fine. If you can hear me out there, well, come and find her. I'm sure your little cat can sniff her out. And this time, the odd choice of location. See you soon. You.
I would go. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so.
I would just yell out real quick. Wraith, I have a gift for you.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
I'm
He
probably
turns back.
falling, like almost dead.
He turns back and it's just like, and 3 blasts just come out. Actually, from this, you just hold the sword out to you, and 3 blasts of dark energy just one after the other just hit into your chest and knock you flat.
Yep. But at this point, I'm pretty sure I already was. Didn't you take I took 5 shots up on the roof before I fell, right?
And then you take multiple hits.
Multiple more down.
Yeah.
So would I?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those ones that, I mean, you traded some punches, you traded some blows, but after a while, between stuns,
Yeah, of course.
poisons,
Of course.
paralysis, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I just want to make sure I'm still able to say what I just said.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Jim.
Yeah, Sora.
I just wanted to say, like, if I knew I was protecting Kiva, I would have put warding bond on her.
Okay.
So it lasts for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And that would have been my last spell slot for 2nd level, but it would have been put on her. So whatever damage she took, I take, and she gets a +1 to her AC.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's say this.
Also,
she
she's
doesn't take, you don't take any
paralyzed.
more damage from her. So,
She's not paralyzed. Only she wasn't from the first time I cast Lesser Restoration.
Okay.
Also, I would.
Oh, I still am.
Another thing Eldon would have done, because Eldon doesn't want his stuff, is
Sure.
I would have done the 9th level fireball centered on myself and taken as many of them with me. If I could get out of the way of Sora and everyone else and 20 feet away, that would have been what I would have. Like, Eldon's not going to let his technology cast any spell.
You become a suicide bomber? Is that what you're saying?
So I will say this.
I'm just saying who Eldon is in
I will
a
say this.
situation like this.
So Sora, you're fighting, you're casting, you're attacking, and what's there? Torben, you are in the middle of just a shitstorm of attacks there.
Yeah.
Eldon, you stagger away, like just trying to get far enough away so you don't catch anyone else in the blast there. As you trigger the blast, and boom. And you all see the flash of light, and Lucas, you hear the massive explosion, probably the largest you've heard. So some time will pass.
And somewhere in there, I lost Kiva.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will say this. Some time passes. You're not sure exactly how long. Some of you will all eventually, even you, Eldon, come to in the warehouse. There is a number of people standing around. But first off, you see Lecter, Schulich, the spy master that you talked to in the off the clock. And with him, there are 2 individuals. One, what looks to be a human priestess, brown hair, white eyes, vestments of Ayun, the single eye on a purple robe, essentially. you will see a very jovial-looking, weirdly happy-looking gnome with blonde hair and blue eyes, a little Ken doll of a gnome there, with a mantle of black feathers over his shoulders. And you are all brought back from whatever brink you were at or beyond, as they have revived you. And with this, the poison, the paralysis wore off. It took a while.
Where's Kiva?
You heard Ray's voice.
Sora won't look at you.
Where is she? Please tell me you didn't get her. Please tell me that she's somewhere safe.
I think, according to people that arrived on the scene, heard some of the disputes there.
And this can corroborated by the other folks here.
He's taken her. And
his words so that she was now the bait. So at least that would indicate that she is still alive. Bait doesn't do much for you when it's not living. And we are going to cut there. The group of you battered, bruised. Eldon, you'll have to roll to see if
That's what I was getting ready to do
wand.
right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead and roll that 1d20.
Hey,
You're
we're
fine.
good.
You're good. So, as morning comes up there, you're not sure how long you were out. Lucas, they brought in 3 corpses and revived them. Well, raised them. But they are all awake. They are all mostly intact. Eldon will figure out what the damage that would have done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not a lot. I mean, most of your stuff is magical, but the Manatech stuff there's probably going to be broken.
Oh, yeah. That was the intention would have been.
Yeah.
No one is getting this.
Sure. So your Manatech will have to be repaired.
Yeah.
And essentially, things have been fused, broken, smashed.
Yeah.
We'll decide there.
Complete intention. Yeah.
Next week, the hunt for Wraith is on. You can find him. This time, hopefully, you can deal with him.
Like I said, one step ahead every time.
All right, I gotta go put the kid to bed.
Thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate it.
Yep.
And I know it was rough, but hey, you guys have got a chance to really gear up and make a plan like they did. You managed to foil it, but we'll see how your follow-up plans can get the job done. So, thanks for being everyone. Thanks for watching out there. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming to the Temple Takers. Drinks are on us, and we'll see you again real soon. Thanks very much, everyone.